Ready?
Kurt, ready?
Yeah.
Welcome, everyone, to the second City Commission meeting today, but the Tuesday, June 9th City Commission meeting. We are trying something we haven't tried for a while, which is to have the public comment. Obviously, that's why you're here, general public comment. And we have from 5 to 5:45 set aside for that. I'll read this little blurb I always read, and then I'll make a few comments. The public is allowed to speak on issues or items not scheduled for discussion on the agenda. Comments should be limited to issues and items germane to the business of the governing body. The commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes. Just, to be clear, there's three things, there's several things on the agenda tonight which would not be part of the public comment. Those on the regular agenda would be the 711 New Hampshire, the Locust Street property, and the 714 Vermont, as well as the issue related to the 1059 and the Beacon Landing project. So those would not be subject to the open public comment. If everyone speaks for 3 minutes, we have only 15 people can speak. And so I also have to check, and if anyone is on Zoom that would like to speak during the open public comment, please raise your hand and I'll see if we can balance that out. Obviously, if people take less than 3 minutes, we can get more speakers in. Okay, welcome back. We came back from a brief recess, and before we start with item B, approve the agenda, I'll have Sherry read the rules of the meeting.
Good evening, everyone. If you would please silence your cell phones. The primary format for accessing the meeting is in person at City Hall. Virtual access cannot be guaranteed due to potential technology issues. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Virtual participants should use the raise hand function. When prompted, select Join as Panelist. There will be a brief delay as your role changes. Once your name is called, please unmute, turn on your camera, and state your name and zip code before speaking. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The city reserves the right to turn videos off or mute participants. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now move to item B, which is to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting.
Motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Dever. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Item C is our recognitions tonight, and we have a few people here. We're going to recognize America 250 and a big group here in the Douglas County, Kansas Public Servants Past Present Tribute Gallery at Summerfest. And I think Porter O'Neill will kick us off.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Commissioners and City staff, for recognizing America 250 Public Servants Past and Present Tribute Gallery. This collaborative project, initiated by the Watkins Museum of History and the Robert J. Dole Institute of Politics at the University of Kansas, in partnership with Douglas County and the City of Lawrence, honors the many individuals whose service, leadership, and dedication have helped our community. As you know, public service takes many forms, including city and county government, public education, first responders, military service, libraries and museums, and university, state, and federal employees who live or work in Douglas County, both today and throughout our history. Public service often happens quietly behind the scenes. This exhibit shines a light on the people who have devoted their time, talents, and careers to serving others. Many public servants are naturally humble about their contributions, but together these photos tell a powerful story about the people whose efforts help make Lawrence and Douglas County such special places to live, work, and visit. We are excited to debut the gallery during Summerfest at the Douglas County Fairgrounds on July 4th as part of America 250 commemoration. It is a fitting opportunity to celebrate both our shared history and the many individuals who continue to serve our community every day. To be included in the July 4 Tribute Gallery, photos of public servants, past and present, must be submitted by June 20th at publicservantstribute.douglascountykshistory.org. And I'll interject a little thing. As I've talked to many of my peers, there's a great humility that comes with public service. Now is not the time to be too humble, because we want to collect images and we want to celebrate what this means to our community. And it's a great opportunity to celebrate all the heroes that are out there doing their work every day, as you all well know from being where you sit. So we thank you again for your support and for helping to recognize our dedicated public servants.
Thank you for that, and I'll read the proclamation recognition. Whereas on Saturday, July 4th, 2026, our nation will commemorate the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. And whereas this historic milestone provides an opportunity to reflect on our nation's past, honor the contribution of all Americans, and consider the future we hope to create for generations to come. And whereas the City of Lawrence will host Summerfest from 4 to 10 p.m. on July 4th to celebrate Independence Day. And whereas in honor of America 250, the Robert J. Dole Institute of Politics, Watkins Museum of History, the City of Lawrence, and Douglas County, Kansas collaborated to recognize the countless individuals in Douglas County who have helped democracy function, strengthen our community, and protect and serve the public each day. And whereas the Douglas County, Kansas Public Servants Past and Present Tribute Gallery will debut at Summerfest on July 4th to honor current and former public servants from across Douglas County, including educators, first responders, military service members and veterans, city and county employees, university staff and faculty, and state and federal workers. Now therefore, I, Brad Finkeldine, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, along with my fellow city commissioners, do hereby recognize America 250 and the Douglas County, Kansas Public Servants Past and Present Tribute Gallery at Summerfest, and encourage all current and former public servants from across Douglas County or their friends or family members to submit a photo by June 20th to be included in the gallery exhibition. And that's publicservanttribute.douglascountykansashistory.org. Thank you very much. Thank you for all of you working together on this. And when you look at the list of, educators, first responders, military service members, university staff and faculty, I hope we get a lot of entries for past and present. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to item D, which is the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. So any item a member of the commission would like to remove from the consent agenda?
D6A.
D6A, okay. Any others?
No, sir.
There's no quasi-judicial tonight, so I would look for a motion on the consent agenda with the exception of D6A.
I move.
Second.
Second, motion by Commissioner Devo, second by Commissioner Sellos. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda with the exception of D6A, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, Vice Mayor, you pulled the receipt of the application for economic development?
Yep.
Go ahead.
So there was a couple questions. There was a couple people from the community who definitely wanted this. And one thing I wanted to ask Susie, accepting this application, does this bind... Oh, hi. Does this bind us to any of the outcomes for the Amendment 25-0006 or anything in there by just accepting this application?
No, absolutely not. Accepting this application allows the city staff to look into it a little bit more in detail. It also gives us the opportunity to lean on subject matter experts, such as our bond counsel, financial advisors, and other consultants. In order to lean on them, the funding agreement is considered with the application, and the applicant covers all costs of us digging into the application a little bit more, so our taxpayers do not. It does not approve any boundaries, any incentives, any amendment, or further action by the commission.
And this is obviously a bigger application than we're used to. What do you think, just ballpark, how long this will take to review it?
Due to the complexity of this and all the different aspects of this, It could take several months. I see it taking several months. I would assume it would depend on multiple things, including during the due diligence phase. If we find anything with the financial structure, with the infrastructure, the incentives, et cetera. 3 to 6 months is kind of my ballpark guess, but that can change based on a variety of different circumstances.
I might have some more questions after we hear from the public on this.
Okay, any other questions from commissioners for Susie at the moment? Okay, since it has been pulled, this is a public hearing item. Any member of the public can speak on this item for 3 minutes.
Good evening, Holly Krebs, 66046. The combined 1059 and Beacon Landings project would be the biggest development ever built in Lawrence, and our community desperately needs more economic development. We also believe our community wants this development to be responsible and in alignment with our community's values and needs. We request that this project receive a rigorous and transparent process to help guarantee maximum benefit for our community, and that process begins tonight, as this is your first opportunity to direct this process before the applicant and staff invest time in this proposal. This proposed incentive package would link 2 enormous developments together, but the purpose and need for this combination is not clear. The southern and western properties, which are 650 acres and 180 acres respectively, are non-contiguous and have very different challenges, feasibilities, benefits, and timelines. The southern development faces great uncertainty because it sits on a FEMA floodplain, has stalled for over 3 years, does not comply with Plan 2040, and has not received approval for its development plans. The proposed western development is also uncertain because the project has not been annexed into the city yet, but it has fewer environmental and infrastructure risks. Linking these 2 projects creates an unnecessary and artificial dependency between them that may affect the success of one or both. The merging of the projects may also negatively impact the city's capacity to appropriately assess and regulate each project independently. Our research team believes these 2 developments would be better considered and evaluated as separate incentives proposal, especially because both of them include a tourist attraction that would allow both to be eligible for a star bond district. Here are some additional concerns and considerations. Costco is not located in the development area, but is being requested to be included. Its developers have not requested incentives, and including it in the Star Bond District would redirect new sales tax revenue away from the city's operating budget for up to 20 years, revenue that would otherwise support our fire department's expanded needs. Developers originally committed to building infrastructure, quote, at no cost to the city, unquote, and to raising $50 million for the sports complex. The proposal now directs Star Bond dollars, redirected taxpayer money, towards both of these investments instead. The proposed development includes no planned industrial land in spite of being more than 800 acres, and no plans for jobs above average community wages. Star bonds have mixed results. As of December 2025, 41% of active projects in Kansas have paid down none of their original debt, and 3 projects have failed outright. The Kansas legislature's own nonpartisan audit form found that only 3 of 16 projects met the program's core visitor attraction goals. Additionally, city policy requires redevelopment or infill for the Community Improvement District eligibility.
Time.
Thank you.
Hello, Melinda Ball, 66046. My biggest concern is star bonds. It's a risk. We're shifting risk, or rather the developer is shifting risk from themselves to the taxpayer. I found it interesting that only 3 states have star bonds: Kansas, the originator, Illinois, and Nevada. I just thought that was interesting bit of information on that front. I want to know, why is this project now under a star bond proposal? To quote the American for Prosperity Foundation, Kansas taxpayers should not be expected to fund a program without any hard evidence that it is worth the cost, achieves any of its stated goals. A program the Department of Commerce now admits doesn't spur economic development that wouldn't otherwise have happened. So there's a lot of concerns around star bonds. I think that they can be beneficial, but from what I have understood, it's mainly beneficial for more rural communities. I think that this is not an eligible project for that endeavor. And the biggest concern is when you have failures, which do happen, right? We've had Schlitterbahn and we've had Heartland Park in Topeka, both failed. And so those are literally lost tax dollars. And in a time that we desperately need money, and we're proposing this huge project to basically siphon the money that we could obtain as it's generating, rather than waiting 20 or so years for it to actually benefit the community. I think that's a big, big concern. And so I really hope that there is a deep scrutiny on this proposal, on this request, and the fact that they don't need to be joined. They're not necessarily conjoined. They're conjoined by a public road, the K10, so that doesn't make any sense to me as well. Thank you.
I'm Tad Kramar, zip code 66050 in Douglas County. I oppose the development known as 1059, formerly known as New Boston Crossing, for a multitude of reasons. Just I'll mention a few. The development will fill and destroy both wetlands and floodplain on the project site and severely impact the Baker wetlands. It replicates and continues the history of Haskell and the indigenous communities' concerns being sidelined for economic development and profit. It increases the risk of flooding in the future due to projected development to the west of K10, and it sets a dangerous precedent for future development on floodplains. Baker University has sent a letter to the City Commission earlier this year regarding the challenges of managing the Baker portion of the wetlands if the development is approved. Challenges include extra labor for trash pickup, extensive mitigation of invasive species, reduction in burnability, and water quality issues. The Baker letter opposes this development, which could irreparably harm this major birding hotspot and the associated tourism and travel to our area because of the Baker wetlands. The Star Bond application combines 1059 on the south end of Lawrence with Beacon Landing, a massive housing project west of K10. There is no real connection between these two completely separate projects, distant from each other. Each should be evaluated separately and make their own Star Bond applications. Please consider, why should these separate projects be connected? What is preventing the developer from proposing two Star Bond districts or combining the projects into the area west of K10 that has less environmental, cultural, and historical issues? What is stopping the developer from putting the sporting Caw Valley complex on the west side of K10 along with that project, a massive size project? There's plenty of room for it there, and you wouldn't have all these environmental problems with the wetlands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Michael Allman, 66044, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. I can't imagine anyone in this community following the U.S. Supreme Court in gerrymandering to nullify votes of blacks. Why not? Because we're that infamous blue dot, at least when it comes to social issues. And I sent a Star Bond district map to be loaded to the podium, but it didn't make it, so you have to imagine it. You may have seen it already. However, with this application, we are looking at an absurd, contrived, gerrymandered map to benefit elite developers asking for public tax monies to support their private profits. when it comes to financial issues, that blue dot fades to red. This Star Bond District attempts to link as a concept 3 projects unrelated in purpose, land use, size, or proximity. The 12 years and counting 1059 project, the west of K10 Beacon Landing, and the north of US 40 Costco. These projects are stretched out for 6.5 miles halfway across town. Not only that, but approximately 20% of the Star Bond District is not the developer's land. It's highway right-of-way. Following that logic of the Star Bond District, you might as well approve a map that extends along Congressional District 1 all the way to the Colorado border. Don't be timid, there's tax dollars to be captured. That far-fetched project is just the latest among financial schemes that promised to attract non-resident tax dollars over the years. The Riverfront Mall, the Tanger I-70 Mall, you remember all these? The American Eagle Outfitters, some of you may remember that, about 25 years ago. And the Kmart retail store, and there's more. Please don't be wowed by large dollar figures. The developers are laying claim to assets they don't control. They know it's really monopoly money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Zach Moore, 66049. I'm a budget and finance professor at the University of Kansas, but I'm speaking for myself as a resident of Lawrence. I will say that since I've been back to Lawrence, I was at the University of North Carolina, Charlotte before. I have been very worried and concerned about the financial state of the city of Lawrence. And one of the things that I have felt for a long time is that we really need to do more in the way of economic development. And so, you know, I have spoke out in the past on Star Bonds, particularly the Star Bond program. I think it is a problematic program on so many levels, but it should be regulated at the state, okay? The fact that Star Bonds are problematic doesn't mean that we should give up those state dollars. And so when I teach my students about this stuff, I often lead with economic development is a double-edged sword. And so we definitely need it because there's been large inflation over the last 4 or 5 years. So we need our tax base to grow just to be able to maintain those services. I really want to encourage the commission to look favorably on pretty much any economic development project at this point. But as it is a double-edged sword, I think there are a couple of concerns that I still have that hopefully can be addressed. One being making sure that it is our economic development consultant that reviews and evaluates the justification for it and the minimum amount needed. And relatedly, the Costco, including the Costco in the Star Bond district, I'm not sure why that is needed. And really, if the development has already happened, we should probably we should probably not want to include it in that district unless we really have to, right? And so, again, all I want to do is encourage you to look favorably on it, but think critically and drive a great deal for the citizens of Lawrence. So, thank you. Now I think my son's going to come up and talk to you, so.
Okay. You can lower that. He's going to lower that.
Thank you.
Hey, lower the stand for him. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jude Moore, and I think as a kid, I think that I don't feel like there's enough stuff to go and do around at summer, and I feel like I should be able, and I feel like some of my friends should be able to go different places that are closer to just in general homes and not downtown Lawrence. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Actually, I think I might do this to get my squat in here. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Dominique. As you know, I have spoken very openly and opposed to this development, and I am really concerned about what I'm seeing in this STAR bond application. I know that the Commissioners are probably going to approve for the feasibility study, but I'm going to ask unreasonably that you disapprove it because I think there are some big issues here. The big thing that I don't see being talked about is this weird sort of Haskell shush money that's going on. So the developer is trying to give Haskell $2 million out of the $220.45 million that it's requested in the STAR bond project, right? So if we do some math, we can see that Haskell, if they shut up about the project and not oppose it like they did in 2024 with the Board of Regents letter, will only get 0.009% of the total STAR bond ask to begin with. If we were to look at the proposed sales tax that was given by the developer and the application, that's coming around $230 million a year at full build out. If we do the math, it's 0.0087% of the value to Haskell. In exchange for their lack of opposition, they get to have $2 million. And I think that is a very, very ugly thing. And I don't think we understand the implications of this. Haskell has been severely, severely hurt by the federal government in terms of funds. And I think it is incredibly unfair for a private developer who knows that Haskell has been historically against this project to go up and offer an economic incentive, a meager economic incentive, by the way, an insulting economic incentive to try to get them to shut up about their opposition to this project. This project has not done its due diligence when it comes to actually addressing the concerns of the indigenous community. People have talked about how there needs to be ground penetrating radar studies done on the site, and that has not been done. I could go on honestly forever, but it's really disgusting additionally that the things that are on the project site, the things that are legally not allowed to be developed federally or locally because of the floodway or the Army Corps wetlands are given to Haskell to steward. And it's seen as some sort of beautiful thing that Haskell gets to have these developmental leftovers, that they get to clean up the mess again of another developer in this area. So I ask that we look at this critically and see why. Why does 1059 have to be included in this project? I mean, obviously, if the developer can put a STAR bond out there, why not just attach Haskell in a weird way, you know, and have them attached to the West Side project? I don't see any reason why the 1059 needs to be bundled with Beacon's Landing. They are both independent projects that both qualify for STAR bonds, and it's a very obvious way that the developer is trying to hold an economic gun up to the city's and Haskell's head to bundle the projects through. I believe the city wants the West Side project because of the housing, and we can talk about a STAR bond about that. I don't got a problem with that. But the 1059 has been failing. It hasn't gone through because they haven't gotten the permits, they have not gotten the community approval they need. Why are we forcing them to go together? We know one of them is a failing project. It doesn't make sense. Let's evaluate these projects independently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor, Vice Mayor. My name is Jeffrey Hepler, 66044. I didn't come with anything prepared. I don't have a lot to say. I would like to offer space to reflect on what our constituents and community members have said this evening. I would also like to acknowledge that the developer has put forward new design ideas to try to align with our requests, but unfortunately that is still not enough, in my opinion. Why are we bundling this together? I would like an answer to that as well. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Any other comments in the room?
Good morning, Commissioner, or good morning, good evening, Commissioners.
It'll be
Been a long
morning
day.
before done, but that's okay.
Steve Kelly, 4529 Broadmoor Drive. I wanted to just speak for a moment and address some of the concerns that have been expressed about star bonds in general, and the efficiency or the capabilities of them to deliver the commitments that are made on the front end. I think that's, there's a lot of analysis that will need to be to go into this at a lot of different levels, and that's understood. But I think, there are some examples of star bonds that have not been done well. There are also some that have been very successful. You look at, the first one, the Speedway, and, the development around the Speedway. I think it would be very difficult to convince me that wouldn't have happened without the star bonds initially. And that brought the track, that allowed for the other development. I think the unified government did a good job of positioning themselves to have the ability to capitalize on the star bond project for the track, to allow them to bring amenities into the community that they did not have then and would not have had in the foreseeable future had it not happened. And it paid off early, and they've done other developments since then, capitalizing on that. And some of that, is good, some of it is bad, but I think it's certainly been something that it gives an example of how effective the tool can be if used properly and balanced against everything else. I for one, am one, and certainly it's the Commission's prerogative that you go ahead and accept this as a project and have staff review it. And as Susie Carson said, this is going to be a long and involved evaluation, and I think that's what needs to take place. But I think, the opportunity to provide some opportunities for development in West Lawrence, I think, are really, really important. I think it's what has been envisioned as an opportunity that comes with the expansion of the SLT. And I think that's something that we should move forward, and that this allows us to do some of that. And it's a large enough track that there can be some really well-developed planning brought to it. It's not a small or not a small acreage that's involved, so it can be master planned much more effectively than you could just piecemeal annexation. So I think that there are a lot of things here. And it was also mentioned the tourism numbers that you have to meet. That is critical. That's part of the requirement. And I can see where the Haskell Stadium, not the Haskell Stadium, but the Haskell Powwow facility that's been mentioned, or I think I've seen a picture of it anyway somewhere, could be very valuable in that and bring additional tourism to the community, because that's a very active market and there's a lot of people that are very interested in that. So thank you.
Seeing no other comments in the room, how about online?
We do have one.
Okay.
We do have a few. Stephen Watts?
Thank you. Man, ain't that just grand? This isn't what I was posturing in with. So we've got a ringer from the Chamber of Con Men coming in opining about how to best spend the town money. Absolutely incredible the way these guys just don't go away. All right. That being said, we're on D6, right, Mayor?
Correct. D6A.
All right. So we got D6B. Why are we paying to send Ms. Sellers?
No, we're on D6. We're on D6A.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no, D6A.
It didn't say D6A or B. It said D6.
No, it's D6A.
We're playing Joe Lawyer technical stuff, brother.
No, we approved D6B already in the consent agenda. We approved everything except
man,
D6A.
I'm just pointing it out that it's a waste of money, man, that we keep spending this money on people. Thank you.
Jaden Brabeck.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, so my name is Jaden Brabeck, zip code 66044. I just am going to mirror the concerns about the STAR bonds and merging these two projects, particularly adding 1059 to it. Yeah, I don't have much to say. I haven't prepared much, but I just am extremely confused and concerned why this project that has failed, been stalled many, many times over the years is now fumbling to try and find some reason why it should go through. You know, it's just at the cost again and again of the Lawrence community, and, you know, with the risk that STAR bonds pose, I think, and the complexity of each development that we've kind of heard about, those both need, you know, considerations and time, and they should not just be lumped together as one. So, yeah, I just urge you to, you know, really consider and take time, and to not have, you know, 1059 merged in this project, and to see that this money that's proposed, this meager money, disrespectful money trying to go to Haskell, like, should be like a positive point. That is truly, like, kind of sickening to me, that it's trying to be pushed through with this meager money to Haskell and saying that that should be enough, when that is not what Haskell is asking for. So, yeah, to listen to Haskell, to what they actually have time at a time asked for and needed. But yeah, thank you for your time. That's all.
Thank you.
That's all the public comment there.
Okay, bring it back to the commission for questions or comments. I guess I'll just start by saying, I mean, I think, you know, a lot of the questions being asked I think the questions everyone wants to know the answer to. You know, what's Costco's role in this? What's the linking of the two? But I think also the concern about a STAR bond district of, you know, STAR bond districts fail because they don't generate enough revenue within the STAR bond district to support the project. Thus, I don't know what the answer is, but one answer is the bigger the STAR bond district, the more money you have coming in, the better chance it has to be successful. I think what I'm interested in is the studies to answer those questions. Should they be combined? Can they be combined? You know, should this, I guess, Costco being involved, is that relevant, important? I think there's a whole lot of questions. And, you know, as with all STAR bond districts, the developer will have their own experts, but the city will hire our own experts, which the developer will pay for, and the state will independently have their own experts that will evaluate the STAR bond district beyond what the city and the developer does, and it takes all three to make any project happen. So, you know, lots of questions, lots of time, but I look forward to, you know, accepting the application and trying to find the answers to those questions. Other comments, questions?
Yeah, it's Susie. Can I ask you a couple more questions, please? So right now, it's fair to say that it's not like you guys have done any research. It's just this application that came in.
We have not done our research, is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean, is it fair to say that? Can I ask you kind of a little bit detailed stuff?
Yes, please. I mean,
Yep.
high level.
Yeah, so from a high level, so, you know, in the future, we'll eventually have a discussion about Amendment 25006.
Correct.
That could change on the 1059 portion, what we can do from there. From an application perspective, would that mean that applicant would put in a application tonight, pay X amount to get started, it can completely change, and then they'd have to put in another application once again?
For the incentive or for the amendment?
Yeah, so if the amendment changes the entire thing down?
So tonight is just an approval of the application for the incentive, where we will actually do all this due diligence that everyone is speaking about. Why did the developer decide to connect the two? There's a lot of statutory eligibility requirements with the STAR bond process, and I have not dug into the project enough to know if it meets all those eligibility requirements. During the analysis, we will decide, at least have a little bit more in-depth detail into the project to decide if we can separate it. Can we recommend phases? Does it include just to a cap, et cetera? We don't know any of that information yet because we haven't really been able to dive into it. If the amendment changes in relation to your question, we cannot legally do a STAR bond over property that is not within the city. So that, of course, would absolutely change it. And all of that will be taken into consideration when we're doing our due diligence on the application.
Gotcha. Oh, and my second question was, there was something that really stuck out on me on page 4. It says the improvements in infrastructure necessary to construct all the anticipated uses within the 1059 will take approximately 5 years to complete. Okay. And on the bottom of that page, it says the improvements in commerce the improvements and infrastructure necessary to construct all of the anticipated uses within Beacon Landing will commence approximately 6 months after the 1059 is fully constructed and remain subject to future market conditions and community demand. So to me, that gives me pause, because that almost sounds like if the 1059 doesn't happen, we could lead ourselves into a situation where none of the west gets built.
Again, we haven't done the analysis on the project at all to see even what that infrastructure looks like or what that timeline might be. Accepting the application along with the funding agreement, which the developer does cover, will allow us to jump into that a little bit, where city staff and consultants would be able to maybe pause on something just like that and address it. Again, we haven't done any digging into it except for to look at who the developer is, what the potential concept is, what the tools that they're requesting, do we have access to those tools in Lawrence and the state of Kansas? Very high level. Because we need that funding agreement, so again, we can lean on some subject matter experts.
I might add just one additional thought to that, Vice Mayor, which is when we are going, so we'll do the analysis, pending the Commission's acceptance of the application, and then that analysis then gives us a foundation to do negotiation. So how it's submitted right now, an application, especially this complex, likely won't be what comes back to the Commission, but we'll have that basis of analysis to support us in a position when we negotiate.
Okay, I have a few questions. I want to be very respectful to the process, although this application, it just confuses me a little bit, so I want to make sure I understand. You've mentioned in the past that there are other communities that don't have this application. And the reason I'm asking is I'm concerned that we are asked to accept an application and there's a possibility, hypothetically, that a couple of us, 3 of us, aren't in favor of the project or portions of the project, and we lead a developer down the line, we do the analysis, and then at the end of the day, they end up not being successful in getting it approved. Point is, I'm worried that we're wasting developers' time. So can we talk about what the overall intent behind the application is? Is it transparency? Is it just an extra step to make sure that they really mean it? This is from a place of curiosity.
Yeah. So my experience in other communities, this application is an extra step. Not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing, it just is. It does lead to a little bit more transparency, right? The community is aware that we're looking into this project, and unfortunately, I don't have any information because I haven't even looked into the project yet. But to your point earlier, I believe this gives you an opportunity to kind of look at it from a high level, and in Lawrence, there are a lot of advocates for particular areas or particular tools that we may not like. Every community is a little bit different. So this application process here in Lawrence, I can see why it exists, and it might be an opportunity for you guys to say, maybe this is or isn't a tool, or maybe we don't like this location, or maybe this particular developer, I don't know. So you're not wasting the developer's time. But on the same side of that, we don't know anything about the applicant yet, so there could be a good project here and we don't know, or there may not be and we don't know. It also, until we dive in and we're able to say, hey, we don't like this, we're not going to accept this, we're still going to do our due diligence on it, or we do like this, tell us more. We don't have the opportunity to do that yet. So all of the areas brought up tonight, again, I don't have high level on it because we haven't tapped into it yet.
Okay. And I'm not saying there's a better way to do it. This has been implemented. We're putting it in the consent agenda. So there's no discussion. We're just throwing it out there. Maybe in the future we consider something else if there's a better way in your experience. So I'm not going to talk specifically then about the individual project. I do have a lot of questions, but now's not the time, obviously, and I'll respect that. What I will tell folks that I too am aware, star bonds are a risk. They're harder bonds to sell than any other bonds we sell. But there is value in it, and they were supposed to stop allowing star bonds. They've been talking about it for 10 years, I think, and legislation just extended them for 5 years. So, and we have a pretty conservative legislation. So hopefully that gives some comfort there. I did talk to Commerce a couple of weeks ago. The majority of star bonds in the state have paid off early, and those that had issues have since been corrected. So I believe they're a good tool, provided that they're going to provide value, because anytime we can get the state's money is great, as long as it provides value to everybody. So that's all I'm going to talk about right now. I will go ahead and be in favor of the application, but I have a lot of questions, and that does not mean I'm in favor of the project.
Great.
Thank you.
Any other comments or motions?
I appreciate Commissioner Napoleon's point about, misdirecting or giving people, feelings about projects early if possible, so we do save the money. I think that's the only way to be honest with people and to stop, potentially a bad reputation from being developed through this process. But I do think it's important for us to use these tools to truly look at the project and let it sell its merits or not to us as a commission. And I think all these questions are financial, and we don't have the data for it yet. And more importantly, we don't even know what the demand really is at this point. So I'd like to see that kind of information to really run it through that truthing process. And I couldn't consider it without it. So, and I really couldn't draw a conclusion without it either at this point. So, but I'm with you. It's a lot of questions in here that I'm not comfortable with, but I'd like to let the professionals take it over at this point and see what it looks like.
I do have one quick question as it pertains to the funding agreement. Two, actually. In the funding agreement, our municipal advisor and our bond counsel are specifically named. We're in the middle of evaluating getting a new municipal advisor. So how are we going to handle that? Do I get you to say in open meeting that that's going to be changed before it's executed, or?
So we updated all funding agreements moving forward.
Great.
The point of the funding agreement isn't to name a specific firm. It is to make sure that the applicant is covering the cost of us doing these due diligence, feasibility analyses, et cetera. That's the point of it. So we did strike that and have it say just the city's municipal advisor.
Whoever we contract with. Great. That was
we did update that, and it is, we will execute that.
Great.
And we did it attach the update to the agenda.
We did
you?
attach the update to the agenda, and I will get the.
I apologize, I did not catch that, so I wanted
No,
to, I wanted to confirm that. And then the second question I have, and then I'll put it to rest. We're going to get up to $75,000 in analysis expense, basically, the cost covered. We likely don't have the staff to handle this, so we will be likely kicking it to the consultants for this?
We will definitely have outside consultants for this complex project.
Okay.
That $75,000 in the funding agreement is basically an escrow fund, and then as we lean on the experts, the invoices flow using that escrow fund. So,
Okay.
yes.
And then, sorry, I didn't mean to fib, but we are in the process of getting a new municipal advisor. Will we wait until we have a new municipal advisor before we start doing the analysis on this? I would ask that we do.
Finance. I don't know the timeline.
Yeah, I don't know the timeline, and unfortunately, Rochelle is out of town to ask her, so I hear what you're saying, but I don't have an answer for you tonight, I'm afraid, Commissioner.
Can I get a commitment that we will not move forward until we can get, I'm that serious about it, that we will not move forward with the analysis on this? I would think we'd have an answer next week.
We should be able to have an answer next week. I don't know what the timing is, how sensitive that is, Susie. I don't know if you have a sense of that.
I would like to defer to finance and talk to them about what we're looking like in that process and look at the timeline and
Before we proceed anywhere here.
I hear what you're saying.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, that was all I had.
I'll just add to that. It would be helpful to get some policy discussion by the other commissioners on that, because I'm sure that the developer is going to have a timeline that they would like this to be complete on.
Sorry, what was the question?
If we're going to wait until a new municipal advisor is in place, I don't know how many weeks or months that will be before we have one under contract and we've transferred our whole portfolio of work to a new municipal advisor. I imagine it's going to be a much longer timeline than what this applicant has in mind for their development.
So it's not a long transition when you move over to, you move municipal advisors. Everything, it's not that long.
So how can we help the commission make that decision?
I guess I have a question. Does it have to be a municipal advisor, or does it?
Yes, we have a contract. Our municipal advisory contract includes one piece is our debt portfolio, another piece is our economic development analysis. So it's been the same with Baker Tilly these last, several years, and I assume it'll probably be the same with the next municipal advisor having both services.
I think it's relevant to get the update on when we're going to get them. But, I think if my opinion would be if we're going to proceed with it, then we have to proceed. I think the question becomes, if we, under the contract, if we change municipal advisors at some point, what does that do to work in progress?
Exactly, because we'll execute a scope of work, and there will be a data exchange between the applicant, the developer, and our municipal advisor, and then they will get to work on the analysis. And so that's the question then, is the time that it will take us to get a new municipal advisor engaged under contract, is that an acceptable timeline to the applicant?
Well, I guess I'm asking a bigger question. Let's say we start the process with our current municipal advisor, and they work on it for 3 months, and then, then 3 months from now, we have a new municipal advisor. What does our contract say with that municipal advisor? Does it say only new projects that we take on, or do they take over projects that are currently under work in progress projects? Or have we gotten that far in the OFP process?
I'll take a shot. I think that's probably a subject to negotiate with whoever is selected as the new advisor. I think you could probably do it either way. We could say we're going to continue, if we start a project and we want to continue with our existing one, we could negotiate that, or if we want to transition to the new one, we could also negotiate that.
Can we get an update on where we are with the evaluation and making a selection? And if we're making a selection, then quickly try and talk to the municipal advisor of choice, because the contract that we currently have with Baker Tilly is not the contract that we want to have with any new municipal advisor in how they are handling these analyses. It's far more expensive, the contract that we have right now, than the one that we are trying to get. So I think there's something to be said about finding out if we're going to have a new municipal advisor, and I'm trying really, really hard to be as professional as I can, given this is under my purview as a career. But I am not interested in having Baker Tilly receive any more tax dollars from the city of Lawrence. So how do we make that happen without penalizing the developer? I certainly don't. I am concerned, as always, of treating these developers that we're grateful that they're bringing these projects to us. So I don't want to hurt them, but I don't want to hurt the taxpayer either.
I guess maybe I would suggest if the commission isn't comfortable moving forward tonight, an option would be to table this until we're able to have that conversation with staff and have it back on the agenda next week.
I'm fine going through with the funding agreement if we can work out at least delaying it, but it's whatever my colleagues are interested in.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of moving parts. I think we want to move this. I personally want to move it forward, but I think we can continue to have that conversation. As you say, there's lots of possibilities within the contract that we'll have to approve with the new municipal advisor, and we'll have a say on what that new contract, says. And so I think we can take it up at that point. That book.
Mayor, you'd also asked, is there anything that we can do on our end that we don't have to have the municipal advisor do? Or do we just literally put everything through practice?
Susie gets to do a lot.
I mean, we can phase it. I can reach out to bond counsel and start. The thing is their pro forma would
Exactly.
go to
Yeah.
the municipal advisor. So it would delay it a little because we are a municipality and open records. We do the pro forma through, because it's private, it's proprietary information, through the third party.
Sure.
So that that process would be delayed. But I can have a conversation with the developer and figure out what that timeline looks like, if that's in the interest of the committee.
Well, if we can do any of the work before we have to engage the municipal advisor, that would be very appreciated. And I appreciate us not wanting to delay anything. I wouldn't want to for any developer. So
Okay. Appreciate those.
I'll go ahead and move forward with it.
Okay.
I got one more question for you, Susie. Have we talked to Costco?
I reached out to Costco and let them know that they were in the application, as I did with others that were in the application, just to kind of give them a heads up. Again, just so they found out through us and not via the agenda. So I have spoke with them, but again, I have not dove into anything except for to say we received an application and we wanted you to be aware.
Did they say one way or the other?
Again, I didn't dive into it. It was more of a
Professional courtesy.
courtesy, yeah, to reach out and just say, hey, I want you to hear it from us rather than someone else. If you have any questions throughout the process, here's my name, here's my contact number. Again, excited you're here. So yeah, how can we make this process transparent?
Thank you for that. Okay, look for a motion.
Maybe just one more thing.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm going to be voting no on this. And the reason I'm voting no is that I, just don't think it's fair to have this discussion without first having the Amendment 25-0006 discussion. Another thing to me is those two lines that I read where, we've been talking so long about what does it take to build in the West. And if it's like this, and Brandon, I understand your point that stuff can be negotiated. We're talking 7 years out before that can happen. And that the 1059 project would have to happen before the thing that we all want of westward expansion actually occurs. That really does give me pause. And then, my other full-time job is in sales. And I remember earlier in my career, I'd worked on a couple ones where somebody said, "Hey, this thing's in the bag. We 100%, got this, no problemo." And at the last minute, the rug was pulled out from underneath us. Do I think that's going to happen with Costco? No. And I do believe that this is the biggest, other than the Chiefs Stadium, economic development opportunity in Northeast Kansas. And I don't want them getting cold feet by putting them into something before the building's built, before the doors are open, because our execution phase depends on that going forward. And this gives me pause at that time because it's not built yet.
I appreciate those comments. I would say that an application from a developer asking to put Costco in is a fall thing from Costco actually being in, which would be something we would do. And two, I think to Brandon's point, to the extent we want, to have someone who has 650 acres of land out west under contract, and we'd like something out west, assuming that is what you're saying, then to me, starting a process where we can talk to them is a better way to get a project moving forward than saying we're not going to talk to you at all. So I'm going to support it. I have many of the same concerns you have, but until we can get the process started, we don't even have anything to talk about. So anyway, I understand your point. Okay, is there a motion?
Move that we authorize the city manager to execute a funding agreement associated with the consultant review and analysis of the application that is submitted by K10 Development Group associated with the proposed 1059 and Beacon Landing development projects.
Is there a second?
Second that motion.
A motion by Commissioner Sellers, second by Commissioner Devo. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Passes 4-1. Thank you very much. And that will bring us to, anyone wants to, we'll let some folks clear out. Looks like a few people moving. That's going to bring us to the city manager's report. The city manager may report to the commission and the public on projects, public input opportunities, and accolades, and other items. This is not a public comment item.
Get a chance to add this PowerPoint to the agenda, but I think Sherry is going to work to get it added after the fact. But just what is on your agenda is information about upcoming agenda items and ex parte information. So bring that to your all attention. And then just provide a little bit of an update on kind of from our perspective of Connected City. So as you know, Connected City is one of the outcomes identified in our strategic plan, which we're in the process of updating, and I want to share a little bit about how we're going to be doing some of that work. Connectivity supports accessible, sustainable methods for safely moving people and information throughout the community and the region. And in that vein, I'm going to highlight a promotion we're offering to help people connect to our downtown during the World Cup and some other community events in June. Then share a quick update on the Jayhawk Watershed Project and preview a project that's coming later this summer on Iowa Street. So as you know, work has already begun on the work of updating our strategic plan, and this plan serves as our community's roadmap and guides how we prioritize our work, invest our resources, and measure our successes. As we continue to grow, it's important that we hear directly from the people we serve about their hopes, challenges, and priorities for the future. To help us gather that feedback, we are working to train a cohort of our employees from across the organization to serve as community listeners. They're going to be connecting with community members where they already are this summer at events in neighborhoods and throughout our community. So be on the lookout for those folks and help us build the future of Lawrence together. With the aim of boosting visitors downtown and encouraging welcoming and hospitality for folks who are in town for a World Cup and other events, we are offering visitors $2 off their parking with a promo code of SCORE-Lawrence26 in one of our mobile apps. So just wanted to highlight that and encourage folks to come downtown and share in all the fun that we have going on up until June 30th. And then the Jayhawk Watershed project does continue, and I am pleased to be able to report that 9th Street remains on schedule to be reopening to traffic in August. Our utility construction will likely be complete here within the next 3 or 4 weeks. The deep tunnel has been completed. The remaining work includes installation of some storm inlets and the new sanitary sewer west of Mississippi Street. Near the end of June, Tennessee Street will be reduced to 1 lane, and 7th Street will be closed between Tennessee and Kentucky. This closure will be to allow for the new storm sewer to be installed through Watson Park and to abandon the old tunnel that's under the pool. The reopening date for 8th Street, west of Tennessee Street, is still being evaluated. Some permeable bricks are being installed on 8th, but there is a lot of work on Ohio that's remaining. So staff and our contractor are reviewing the construction sequencing options with the hopes of expediting reopening that intersection of 8th and Ohio. And then beginning in late July, we'll be working on a surface preservation project on Iowa Street from Harvard to 6th Street. The project scope for this project is primarily asphalt mill and overlay with some limited curb and sidewalk work. We anticipate streets being reduced to 1 lane in each direction through multiple project phases, beginning around the 3rd week in July, with hopes of it being completed by September 4th. So just wanted to give folks a heads up that that's coming, and stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have a quick question. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Did I ask? Okay. You brought up connected cities. Have we put the bike lanes and, more importantly, like any safe street initiatives with the Connected City Advisory Board to see if they've done any kind of exploration into that, assessment? Have we considered that?
Can you say a little bit more about what you're looking for?
Well, we're talking about, I spoke with somebody who was with Connected Cities, and they mentioned it might be valuable to put, we've got the bike lane that we're talking about for Tennessee, Kentucky, 9th Street, those specific projects, 14th to 23rd. I know these advisory boards are ours. This is not me. They're there to assist the commission. I'm not trying to put additional work. This is literally just, have we done that? And would it be something we'd want to consider?
You can find out. I don't know, Brandon, if you know off the top of your head about the work.
Or if you want, I'm happy to find out and not put that onus on you.
Yeah, I would just, I think we can go back and just look at their agendas over the last several meetings. But I'm pretty sure, some of like our bikeway planning work, which is actually coming to a close right now, where we designate all the different bike routes in the community and the different types of like perceptions of safety that we're setting goals to achieve through the infrastructure improvements. I think all of that work does flow through the Connected Cities Advisory Board. And then I don't know if they get into like detailed project design review, but for some more high profile projects, I think it would make sense to have that as a sounding board.
If the rest of the commissioners are good with us, I mean, let's, I guess, find out.
Yeah.
We'll find out, and I can certainly reach out to the chair of the advisory board as well and get more specifics, and then we can talk about it maybe next meeting.
Can do.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm not exactly sure I'm following. I've met with the chair of the Connected Cities, and I think they're going to use a process to make a request to us and submit a letter to us about something they want to review. So they'll come to us in a letter.
Okay.
Is the conversation I had with the chair.
I'm just, I'm open to whatever. It just sounded like it would be a good idea.
Yeah. I'm with you. Well, let's see what comes of that.
Okay, great.
Okay, that City Commission reports. City Commissioners may report on committee and community meetings and provide comments to upcoming meetings, events, and so forth. This is not a public comment item, and we are on the clock for 3 minutes each. Sherry's favorite part. I will start, and I don't have much except to say, obviously, I wanted to welcome the Algerian national team who came, and I had the pleasure of meeting the Algerian ambassador who came to town. He greeted the team at Kansas City. Obviously, he's in D.C., the Algerian ambassador, but he came to Kansas City to greet the team and then came to Lawrence and toured Lawrence, and I met him on I guess that was Monday morning, and he presented to us a gift here on the left, a original piece of pottery artwork from Algeria, and he presented that as a thank you to our community for supporting Algeria. He was very excited about being here. He says that everyone in Algeria and their social media is talking about Lawrence. They have Lawrence weather and Kansas City weather on the news stations.
Sorry to hear that.
We think they might have had their first tornado warning ever last night, but otherwise, they're happy to be here, and we look forward to celebrating. The first event is this Friday. We'll close down Mass Street, and we'll get to watch the USA-Paraguay game, and then, of course, Algeria plays next week, and we'll have another watch party for them. So I hope everyone comes out to enjoy that. That's all I have. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, no, I wanted to thank Kate and Leah from Trinity Lutheran Church. They invited my family to help them build the float for the Pride Parade, and it was a great experience. A lot of people came out. It was great to be able to walk and hold a sign with my wife. My youngest is a ham, but my oldest is a little reserved, and he had he was able to hold that Pride flag really high, going all the way down Mass Street. It was quite a moment. We got some good pictures, and so just thanks to the entire community for Pride, and again, thanks to Kate and Leah at Trinity Lutheran for the invite. It was much appreciated.
Any other comments?
Just a quick update. Wanted to highlight the ribbon cutting for Hope Rising, which is the new 10-unit housing development with DECA. So that was last Thursday. So I had the opportunity to meet with Lori and the board and to be a part of the ribbon cutting for that. So the units are wonderful, and the way that it's set up with a communal feel in mind. So it's kind of like a cul-de-sac neighborhood. And so just being able to speak with some of the members there and community members that were just talking and engaging with some of the folks that will be able to live there was really awesome. So enjoyed getting up early for that one. Highlight and shout out to Transit as well as to other city staff that was part of the Pride Parade on Saturday. So the week before, several of us got together, and Transit did a tie-dye kickback, and so was able to, I tie-dyed like 3 different shirts. I'm now hooked on tie-dyeing, so I don't know where that gift was for me years ago, but I found it in my older age. But we, did our tie-dyeing shirts together, and then the highlight of being in the parade, and I think we were told we were one of the larger groups to show out, and that a lot of people appreciated having the city there, and I think it was more for the bags, but I'll take it for what we can get. So just a great showing with that with staff. We do have the Women's Conference coming up in 2 weeks that I'll be attending, and in the capacity as a woman in municipal government, but as well as in the capacity as first vice president of the National Black Caucus of Local Elected Officials. So I look forward to being in Broken Arrow. City Councilor Lisa Ford, who is the chair for WIMAGE, is the host city, and so the theme for this year's conference is leadership delivers, and so that's kind of the bigger theme, that how local government delivers. That's the theme for NLC this year. So WIMAGE is taking on to say leadership delivers. So I'm looking forward to engaging with our female elected officials from across the country. And then lastly, just a humble brag. Katie Fitzgerald, who is the administrator for the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council and criminal justice work through the county, has helped me as part of being part of the Conference Planning Commission with NBC Leo that she is actually going to present on RCJCC at NBC Leo's conference. And so it gives an opportunity for her to kind of come and explain the county-city relationship, which is unique to some municipalities, but it's just another way that we are elevating, the bright spots that we do here in Lawrence and Douglas County and sharing it with the rest of the country. So all I got,
Thank you.
Mayor.
I just wanted to kind of circle back on the World Cup issues. I want to really kind of point out how much work I think our public safety professionals, all the city groups, all the people who've been working behind the scenes, I think they're all going to be really pushing forward and working extra hours and time. And I know it doesn't go unnoticed by me standing around hotels and locations, just being there. The presence of safety, the safety that you provide to out-of-towners, I think is really impressive, and I think it's going to be a good showing for the outsiders in our community, and also all the people who are volunteering. I want to thank them in advance and hope that everything goes smoothly. And in the future, we hope that we can learn something from this event, but more importantly, I think we're going to learn a lot from the people who may or may not be here, but more importantly, the countries that are going to be arriving in our proximity, and that's going to spill over here no matter what happens in Lawrence. So I'm excited to be a part of it, but I'm really excited that we have the staff and the commitment from our public safety environment to take care of these commitments that we made when we joined this endeavor with the World Cup. So it's easy to plan and ask for something. It's harder to execute, and I'm really proud of how things have executed so far, and I want to keep up at it because it's just starting, and I think it's going to go on for a while, but the excitement's here, but I want to make sure that it continues. So thank you for your effort.
Thank you. Mr. Pulliam?
Yes. I did not pull the item from consent because there's not a lot we can do about it, but in talking about source of income, we no longer can put protections in place to ensure source of income isn't and is something that landlords consider. And I'm not saying I'm for or against that, but what I am hoping that people will recognize is it really does take a grassroots effort to support our vulnerable. Not because we have to. I don't really like to over-legislate and things like that, but certainly because we can. I do know in 2022, when I joined the Housing Authority, we had lost 1,000 units due to ownership change at an apartment complex, and we've lost, I still say we, I still love the Housing Authority. We've lost several folks that accept the voucher. I know there's a lot of taboo with it. I'm here to tell you that there is, it's a low percentage, and the Housing Authority is there to assist. And so any voucher, I hope our property owners and landlords will consider taking. That's just my 2 cents. I will support a moratorium to gather more information for data centers. That's not here nor there, but I am interested in moving forward with that. And I'd like to welcome Algeria. First, thank you to everybody that's put in so much into making this happen. And then hang on, Algeria. I saw the weather. A past commissioner said they've experienced a tornado warning, a flash flood warning, severe thunderstorm warning, a wind advisory, and a heat advisory in less than 24 hours. So welcome to Lawrence. Just hang on. It probably will get even more fun. But thank you, and that is all I have. Oh, no, my gosh. Timbernook. I did a ribbon cutting for Timbernook. Timbernook is, there's 51 of these, they're outdoor facilities, no facility. They're outdoor play for children to promote movement because they keep finding that's why people want more recess. They find that they can pay attention more if they are more active. And Timbernook just recently opened up out by Clinton Lake. Again, 51 sites in 4 different countries. Really cool stuff. I hope everyone can support them. That's it. Now I promise I'm done.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone. Lots of good things happening. Okay, that takes us to our regular agenda. The first regular agenda item is related to 711 New Hampshire Street and Senior Affordable Housing Project. And looks like Leah's going to start us off?
Leah is, but I'm actually going to start.
okay.
Leah will do the bulk of this presentation, but I did just want to take an opportunity to point out that the reason why we're here tonight is because we have an impending deadline. So this project started back in 2024 when we put out an RFI for development and received a proposal to develop this lot. We've been having some behind-the-scenes negotiations with the developer that Leah is going to talk about here tonight, but those have all been predicated on an exclusivity agreement that ends June 15th. So because the developer needs to have property control for a reason that Leah can talk about or that the developer can talk about, we felt like it was necessary to bring this item to you all at this point. It's not necessarily coming to you tonight with a staff recommendation like sometimes things do. It's coming to you because we have this June 15th deadline. So just wanted to give that introduction before Leah gets started.
Thank you, Casey. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Leah Roseland, Affordable Housing Administrator. Please give me one moment to share this. Okay. Good evening again. I am, as I said, Leah Roseland, the Affordable Housing Administrator, and I am just here to introduce the item. My portion will be very short. I have just a few slides, and then I'm going to hand it over to the developer to conclude the presentation. So I'm going to be providing a very high-level background about this project and proposal. As I said, then turn it over to Jack at Cohen Esri to provide details about the proposal and the project. For a very high-level background summary, in 2021, staff identified several downtown surface parking lots as potential locations for affordable housing development. These properties, which included lot number 2, were provided in a memo to the then city manager, and that memo is included in your agenda item packet. Just for some historical context so you can see how long the city's been exploring this property. To explore redevelopment opportunities in 2023, the city issued a request for information, or RFI, for several downtown parking lots. The purpose of the RFI, which is included in the agenda packet, was to gauge market interest and identify projects that could advance community goals. Following that process, in 2024, the Cohen Esri proposal was selected for lot number 2. This proposal is included in the agenda packet. The city and Cohen Esri then entered into an exclusivity agreement to allow time for due diligence, project refinement, and evaluation of feasibility. For further clarity on the background of this project, I want to note that all of the work to this point, including the RFI development and proposal and evaluation and developer selection, was done through the city's Economic Development Department and the city manager's office, where this project originates. The Housing Initiatives Division was brought in to help with the administration of agreements and approvals related to this project in December of 2025, when the exclusivity agreement was extended through June of this year. And again, that was to provide additional time for analysis and negotiations between the city and the developer. In January of this year, Cohen Esri requested a donation of the lot. However, following discussions with the city manager's office, Cohen Esri withdrew their request, and in late May submitted instead an offer to purchase the property for $100,000. So this evening, the decision for the commission is to decide whether to authorize the acting city manager to sign the purchase and sale agreement, which will constitute approval of the sale and conveyance of the property for $100,000. Additional obligations are not committed by sale of the lot. Any cash contributions, tax incentives, or permits that may be sought by the developer would come back and require additional approvals. With that background, I'm going to turn it over to Jack with Cohen Esri to discuss how it aligns with adopted city plans and goals and provide additional details.
Thank you, Leah. Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. My name is Jack Britton. I am the Development Director for Cohen Esri. I'm here with our Managing Director, John Atlas, and our design group, Sean Slattery. I'm here to speak on behalf of our proposed affordable housing development located at Lot 2 at 711 New Hampshire. A little background on who we are, Cone Esri. Cone Esri Development Group is an affordable housing developer based out of Merriam, Kansas. Cone Esri has been building affordable housing since 1994 and has been involved in over 91 projects totaling 8,000 units throughout the country. Leah kind of went through the background, but so I won't spend too much time here. As she mentioned, City of Lawrence issued an RFI back in 2023 to redevelop downtown parking lots. Cone Esri responded and then was subsequently selected in 2024. We then worked with the state of Kansas, KHRC, to secure financing for this development. We are now requesting approval from commissioners on our proposed PSA so the project can proceed through the entitlement process and development agreement review. We view this as the start of the development engagement process rather than the end. Just more background on Lot 2. So Lot 2 is located near the intersection of 7th and New Hampshire. Currently has 74 parking spaces with an average occupancy of 63%, as you can see, with more usage in the afternoon. The nearest other public parking lots to Lot 2 are within 1 block north is the Riverfront Parking Garage. There's Lot 16 with an entrance off Rhode Island. Lot 17 near 6th and New Hampshire right outside here. And then 1 block south, we also have Lot 4. It's a 2-hour free lot between 8th and 9th Street. And then Lot 8, not to mention the parking garage also down there as well. So our proposal, we're proposing 94 units of senior affordable housing. There is a lot of demand for senior affordable housing here in Lawrence, with the Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority citing having over 300 senior households on its waiting lists. So this is a direct impact project to seniors that are currently on those wait lists. All of our proposed units will be income restricted and affordable. This is a mixed income property with units set between 30 and 80% of the area median income. Residents will have to earn between approximately $25,000 to $60,000 to be eligible to live here. And the affordability length is proposed to be 30 years to serve downtown Lawrence for the long term. So more about our proposal. So our proposal goes beyond just providing affordable housing. Our proposal provides first floor retail, activate the street along New Hampshire. We also view this site as an ideal site for senior housing. The site is highly walkable with easy access to business along Mass Street in New Hampshire. It is also walkable to the Senior Resource Center along Vermont Street. The site is also within walking distance of numerous bus stops, so allowing residents the opportunity to be multimodal. The development also includes parking for residents to limit the impact of surrounding neighborhoods and other parking lots. We currently have a 1-to-1 ratio per unit, parking to units, and we're also densifying downtown, so we're estimating about 150 plus full-time residents to add to the density of downtown. So one of our first things we always do is look at the comprehensive plan and downtown Lawrence plan to see if this is in the realm of what the city wants. So I want to call out, the proposal is also aligned with 2 separate plans developed by the City of Lawrence, the updated comprehensive plan, Plan 2040, and the downtown Lawrence plan. These plans specifically call out infill development, calls for affordable housing, especially downtown, redeveloping downtown parking lots, mixed-use development downtown, increasing density downtown. Our proposal is not only in line with these goals, it brings them to life. As Leah mentioned, here's our timeline here. As mentioned before, we see this as the beginning of the development process. Even though we've been working hard in the background to secure financing, this is just the start of it. Tonight is not a final approval of the building, but rather the start of an iterative community-driven process. We will work with local stakeholders to refine our design before proceeding with approvals. We are requesting approval of the PSA tonight. Tonight is only a decision on whether affordable housing remains a viable option for this site. Future design details, development obligations, parking discussions, and any incentive request would all come back through this commission for final approval. The current purchase and sale agreement offers a price of $100,000. And while the purchase price is below market value, the purchase price is to cover any transaction costs borne by the city while retaining viability of the project. We've also included protections that only allow for affordable housing to be developed at the site. We know that there are important details still to resolve, and that's why this process does not end tonight. Tonight's decision allows us to move forward into the next phase, where the development agreement, site plan review, historic approvals will address all those issues in an appropriate public forum. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions that commissioners may have.
Just, so just to, just wanted to note that as we move into discussion, wanted to let you know that there are additional staff on the line. So Brad Harrell, the parking manager, is available to take questions. Of course, Randy, Jeff Crick, if there's questions about land and planning. And I believe that Kathy is also on the line if there are questions about the AV parking spots. Yeah, EV, thank you.
Perfect. Okay, I guess we'll open it up to questions first. Questions?
Yep, I got two. On page 23, it states that Cohen Esri is looking for $1 million from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Is that expected? If that doesn't go through, does that change the pro forma that you guys have put together? What does that look like?
Yeah, I can't really speak precisely what would happen. Obviously, we've seeked that funding before, and this is an expensive building, just given the kind of infill density nature of the building. So we are still assuming, or obviously we have to reapply and go through that public process again.
But can you answer the question? What would happen if you didn't get it? Would that change?
Yeah, it would be a significant gap in our project.
Okay. Thank you.
It's an expensive building, but one would assume because it's infill, it should be less expensive given infrastructure already exists. So is this project beyond Cohen Esri's capacity without the incentives in general?
No. That's one thing that the Plan 2040 and the Downtown Lawrence Plan called out was reusing existing infrastructure. But yeah, I guess it is expensive in the sense that it's a high density development in downtown.
Okay, I mean I have a bunch, but
yeah, one more probably question. It's probably maybe for you, Casey. So on page 61, it states that their preference is a 99-year land lease downtown. Do we have any long-term lease agreements like this with other entities in the downtown business district?
I think Susie looked up the answer to that question. Am I remembering that wrong, Susie?
I do not know of any. I think the question was actually if she didn't know.
Yeah, none of us are aware of any.
So, can I speak to that?
Yeah, please.
That was our original proposal. We heard feedback that was not the direction the city wanted to go into. So we shifted gears and we offered a purchase price now.
So, what's not being requested is not a 99-year lease. It's
Okay.
the request is a sale. That was just a copy of the original proposal.
Oh, okay.
Not the current proposal.
Okay.
Yeah, that was originally in, I believe, 2023. We responded with that. We received feedback from the city that they would rather pursue a purchase of the lot.
Okay.
okay. Let's go back to the actual process, if we may. So we did this in 23,
That's my computer.
and I saw that we had a list of things that this was eligible for, and that was based on 2040, right? Our comp plan that we're looking at for downtown. How many folks did we have respond to the RFI, if I may?
I believe it was one or two.
One or two, okay.
Oh, Brandon's not here. That's my recollection.
Okay, and it's taken a while to get us here. What can we bullet what's been going on since we issued the RFI and where we are today, if I may?
Yeah, I can speak to it from our side. We went to get funding from the state of Kansas through the Kansas Housing Resource Corporation. At first, we were denied, so we worked with KHRC to refine our proposal. They see Lawrence as a need for affordable housing, so they worked with us. We reapplied for a second round of funding, and we received the funding. So at that point, that gave us, in tax credit housing, you kind of get the financing first, and then you work through the development process.
Sure. But in no way, shape, because I mean, you guys got the credits, the tax credits based on exclusivity, which I understand the Housing Commission allows, obviously, as you can proceed. I thought it was much harder to get these tax credits, so I'm impressed that you did. I've been told they were pretty difficult to get. So when we talk about between 30% and 80% AMI, how are we going to know how many units and at what AMI? Because there's a big difference between 30% and 80%.
Yes, that's correct. So we see this as a mixed income development. So I'm happy to share all the unit mix information that's been signed off with KHRC. We responded to the market conditions, try to have a skew of incomes so that we could target a lot of the kind of the range of incomes here. In terms of how it's going to, I guess we'll have a LURA in place at closing through the state of Kansas that we have to lease at these individual AMIs.
Okay. I mean, I have more, but if I don't want to take it.
Well, we certainly can ask questions, and we can open it to public comment and ask questions later. I guess I had a question about many of our downtown projects, and including some affordable housing projects, you don't have dedicated parking or only have some dedicated parking, then use public parking, open public parking. You have a 1-to-1 ratio. Is that necessary in your project?
It is. So KHRC has requirements for parking per unit. So we adhere to those. Given the tight layout here, when we approached the site originally, we knew we couldn't spill that parking over into the surrounding neighborhood. So that's why some of our subsidy request is high, is because we have to build that parking.
I understood, at least from another project we did, that you can have non-dedicated parking as long as it's contiguous, that can be counted for KHRC purposes.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. I don't know, Tony or Randy, I don't know who worked on the contract. Can we just tell the public, like, what's the contingency here? Like, obviously, we're saying we're selling the property tonight, but we're not actually selling it tonight, right? What's the contingency part of this?
Randy's on the line, and I'll ask him to respond to those questions.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Yes, the contingency is that all the funding for the affordable housing goes through, and then once that is done, so that it has to be met within the period of time. Over basically the next several months, hopefully maybe a year, they get under the contingency, and then it will go forward at that point in time. But the contingency is that all the funding is in place to establish the affordable housing.
And is it contingent on the project actually being built?
Yes.
I just want to be clear. I got some questions about people saying you're selling the lot, and then what if they don't do it, or what if they don't build it, or what if the deal falls through? We're entering in, I mean, the proposal is to enter into a purchase contract, not to, with many contingencies, not actually to sell the property tonight. I just want to make that clear for the public.
Correct. Yes, that's absolutely right.
Can I speak a little bit more?
Yeah, sure.
And Randy, jump in if I'm misleading here, but in the conditions of the contract, we have to get site plan approval. So we can't just close on the property and do something else. We all have to come back through this commission.
Exactly. Yeah, thank you.
But if we agree tonight, the purchase price would be at $100,000?
If that's what we approve.
Okay.
I mean, that's
as it's written.
As it's written.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask just a little bit of clarity, and then Ms. Rosalind, you might be able to help with this as well. So in order to basically make up for the parking that the city will be losing if we move forward with this project, we have to subsidize it. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, the project, given the affordable housing nature of the project, we can't afford to pay additional proceeds. As the other light tech developments in town, the parking becomes a big issue and a high cost item.
Sure.
So yes, yeah.
Okay. And this is just for clarity.
No,
I appreciate that. So potentially $100,000 for the property. What was the appraisal? I believe it was $1 million, our appraisal. And what did that compare to as far as like comps, land comps around? Did we? Yeah. $1 million seems low to me.
I apologize, I don't have the report pulled up, but in the appraisal report, there were comps listed. I can pull it up real quick.
Okay. We feel solid about that appraisal. Okay.
Yeah, the report should be in the agenda packet.
Okay. Have we done an aggregate of what, moving forward with this project, what this would cost in terms of, we've got $900,000 that we're missing from the appraisal value. We've got IRBs. I mean, do we have a total amount of what the incentives, et cetera, would be?
We do not have that at this time, no. There hasn't, other than the Affordable Housing Trust Fund application, which did not come with a recommendation, that request was not funded, there haven't been any applications submitted yet for IRBs or other tax incentives, and that's when we would learn what the value of the incentive would be. Since no applications have been submitted, that's not something we've started evaluating at this point.
No guesstimate in any way? Okay.
Casey, would you?
I don't have an estimate either, no. Sorry, Leah.
Okay. All right. Well, I will leave that alone. Anybody else, or turn it over to the public?
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All of our incentive requests will go through a third party, and they'll validate all of our assumptions. So nothing, we're not just asking blankly for all these. We'll come back through the process when we have the available information at that time.
But we will have to more or less approve the purchase price tonight in order for you to proceed with the remainder. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Again, clarity, I appreciate it very much.
Any other questions at the moment? Go ahead.
Yeah, maybe one more. If we did say, hey, it's appraised at 1.1 million, that's what we want, would that make this project unviable?
It would, yes. Okay. We originally came with no purchase price, and KHRC likes to see the coordination between cities and developers in that regard. But we thought, to be transparent and cover any cost that the city may bore from third-party reports, lawyer costs, anything like that, that a nominal price would cover that, so that the excess cost wouldn't go to the taxpayer, while still keeping the viability of the project.
Okay, appreciate that. Go ahead.
But just one quick question. So the transition from 99-year lease to potential purchase, it was shared that there was some consternation from the city of us doing a lease, and I'm just curious. I mean, I have an idea as to why that may be, but what was the reason, given that we didn't want to maintain control of the land?
I'm not sure that anybody that was involved in the negotiations at that point is present tonight.
Okay.
That wasn't shared with developer as well.
So are you against the 99-year lease?
I think from a feasibility standpoint, the purchase price is a little bit more simpler to execute in terms of investor pools. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and open up to public comment. I'm sure we'll have questions after public comment, and then have discussion. So this is a public hearing item. Members of the public have 3 minutes to speak on the item. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Darrell Prophet. I'm the president of the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association. I sent you all a letter this morning, and I wanted to highlight a few things. I came here concerned about this, and I heard the presentation, and I'm extremely concerned about it. The decision that lies ahead of you is to authorize the acting city manager to execute a purchase and sales agreement. And I continue to hear comments about details to follow, I don't know, things like that. It feels like we're moving too fast on this. We appreciate, of course, the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association appreciates the concept of providing affordable housing, and on the surface, of course, this appears to be a real positive step. But after hearing this, looking at things, I think we have to kind of pump the brakes here just a bit. It seems to me to approve the purchase plan right now with so many unanswered questions in the economic climate in which we are in Lawrence, but larger area as well in the country, seems to be foolish to move ahead. We have been concerned, this came up at our board meeting, and we were concerned that there have been it's just kind of have flown under the radar. There have been very few, if any, opportunities for community engagement to express support, maybe, or concerns. And parking, as you know, is always at a premium when it comes to enjoy our beautiful downtown. And one of the things that we're really concerned about, that the parking issues, and I'm sure all of you know this, come downtown when there's a big event and you can't find a parking place. And one of the problems is, we don't think as a board that the riverfront parking will work. It doesn't work now for many things. People are going to park, just go to the any big event, you're going to start spilling over into East Lawrence. I live on New Jersey Street, and sometimes I have to be very careful to put my truck right in the middle of my house so I can find a place to park. And this is going to exacerbate. Think about this being right next to the bottleneck as well. And big concert crowds spill over to the sidewalk before shows. And we've already seen the loss of parking with the Borders parking lot no longer being available. It's our understanding that the building itself, while targeted for seniors, will only have one elevator, and the restricted mobility for some seniors will not only make that problematic, it'll be just one more casualty of getting the project started. So I encourage you just to pump brakes.
Stop, please. Thank you.
Thanks.
Eric Hyde, 66046. No. Don't sell it for whatever they want. You know, it's obvious now, since we've been seeing all this affordable house stuff coming into Lawrence. At first it wasn't so obvious, but now it is. They just want freebies to make their money. No. I appreciate businessmen, I really do. But no, that's downtown Lawrence. Like, I think it was my grandma Bach told me that it used to be like one of the 10 greatest cities in the United States. She read it in some magazine. That's my mom's mom. She was a kneader. She was from Lawrence, too. But, you know, we need that parking space. Or don't do it. Don't sell it to them. Like, it's a cultural, it's so important to Lawrence to keep downtown, like, culturally preserved, even though I don't really like all the culture downtown. I don't really like downtown that much, to be honest. But don't sell it to these affordable housing people. They just want their money. They don't want to pay taxes. They don't want to pay property taxes. How does it solve our budget? It doesn't. Get them out of here. Thank you.
Bassem Shaheen, Lebanese Flower, downtown, 66044. So I've been in that location next to Park 2 since 2006. First, I want to start with what I heard about the 70% occupancy. When was that study done? Was it in 2001? Because I tell you what, I have so many parking tickets that I need cleared because something wrong with that. So our business has been reliant in this parking, not just for us, but everybody else, all other businesses in that location. So that's why I'm here today. I heard about this, and we got to make sure that it's public space. You know, there's a saying that, you know, don't fix something that ain't broken, and this is definitely one of the things. So I agree with the housing authority and affordable housing and all that stuff and economic development, but not in that location. We will be hurt. I know we will be, and I'm pretty sure other business owners will be hurt as well. And, you know, again, we were here since 2006, and if it wasn't for the amazing Tony Wheeler over there and City Commission in the early 2000s, we won't be where we are right now. But yeah, just think about it. And of course, the decision is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm a resident of Massachusetts Street, and I can also attest to the consistent struggle that it is to find any amount of decent parking there at all. On top of that, during this presentation tonight, I do find it very troubling the number of unanswered questions. I'm hearing a lot of words like transparency and clarity, but I'm not seeing a lot of that. I'm seeing a lot of unanswered questions. I'm seeing a lot of dissatisfying answers. And quite frankly, I'm seeing a lot of asking for money that it seems that nobody is interested in giving. Furthermore, I had yet to look at the building plans for it, but a senior affordable living development with one elevator seems like, quite frankly, it feels like nobody's done the planning for this yet. It seems like there's a lot of ideas being thrown around. It seems like there's a lot of wants from the developers, but it doesn't seem like there's a lot of actual forethought on how to get there. That's my statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Holly Krebs, 66046. This project would be a beneficial addition to our community's affordable housing supply, but in addition to the community's concerns about loss of parking, I'm concerned about a seemingly sudden and unexpected change in the city's agreement with the development group that dramatically reduces the potential community benefits of this proposal. In 2024, the city's RFI stated that the city's preference for this development is a 99-year affordability commitment. Then the city entered into an exclusivity agreement with this developer who committed to a 99-year land lease under which the city would restrict rents to affordable levels. Then, 4.5 months ago, the developer submitted a formal request for a land donation instead. The project overview in tonight's agenda item report and the project's public webpage as of May 26 both affirmed this plan for the developer to receive a public land donation from the city. But tonight's request is to execute a purchase and sale agreement rather than donating or leasing the land as previous documentation indicated. These previous agreements and the reason for the recent changes were not explained in the staff report. This commission has supported the city's proposed affordable housing incentives policy, which states that the city's criteria for a public land donation includes a 99-year affordability commitment. So if the city donated the land using this proposed policy, the developer would be required to provide affordable units for 99 years. Additionally, if the city followed the original RFI and the developer's proposal from 2024, the city would also receive a 99-year affordability commitment. Instead, the agreement you are considering would only give the city a 30-year affordability commitment in exchange for donating almost $1 million of this land's value. That implies that by receiving $100,000 for this property, rather than leasing or donating it, the city is effectively relinquishing 69 years of affordability. This project could support our community's housing needs well, but this sudden change feels like a bait and switch. The city was committed to an exclusivity agreement with this developer for 2 years, originally believed it would receive 99-year affordability, did not pursue other development options during that period, and then seemingly suddenly the plan changed to a sale for 1/11 of the market price in exchange for a 30-year affordability. Our coalition advocates for integrity in the city's implementation of its agreements and policies, and I believe the sudden change to less than 1/3 of the original affordability period does not align with the city's previous agreements and their proposed policies. I hope that, if the Commission is going to support this development, it will renegotiate with the developer to regain a longer affordability commitment. If the city is determined that 99 years is unrealistic, I urge the Commission to negotiate a 50 to 60-year commitment instead. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayors, Vice Mayor. Samuel Carter, 66046, and I wanted to speak really, I think, to affirm the intent behind the RFI and redeveloping parking lots and in support of more senior affordable housing, and particularly downtown and at this location. Now, granted, just gonna put my cards on the table. I don't use this parking lot a lot. I go downtown all the time. And I think one of the biggest amenities for us downtown is its walkability, right? I mean, you go to businesses, you may go to other businesses, you see friends, you might see family. It's just a huge asset. It is unique, and it's how it's designed, right? It's designed to be walkable. Now, I know that it's tough. You know, like parking. My family has a small business, right? Not in Lawrence, but I'm familiar with the concerns and consternations over parking. I guess I would just say to really lean on the data, on occupancy and how much it's being used, and also lean on kind of what makes downtown, a big part of what makes downtown Lawrence so great is that there are people there, right? We are in desperate need for housing of all types, but even a senior affordable housing in particular. And we're not in need of more parking. I think and for businesses that need that, there are a lot of options. There are a lot of options to store cars places. There aren't so many options to house people. So I really hope that that you can figure out a way to make this work. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I just had some questions looking at the two presentations, the one from 2024 and the one that was presented tonight, about some of like the technicalities. So I saw on the previous, in the RFI from 2024, that the developer had proposed 115 units and now it's down to 94. So I know that there's going to be more details to be worked out later, but I am curious if the size of the building is going down or if we're increasing more market rate housing to be in this development, because I heard that it's supposed to be 100% affordable, which I would believe would be part of the the contingency clauses, but is the development going to be smaller than originally proposed? What is the reduction of these 24 units, and just why? Because it seems concerning to me that we're kind of losing some value for the city, but then we're also losing some housing, even though 94 is still a lot of units. Additionally, I wanted to clarify something. Is the reduction in the $1 million, give or take, in the parking lot value to subsidize the parking that is required by the Affordable Housing Board or anything like that? I was getting confused on what exactly that $1 million reduction was, and if it is because we're having to accommodate more parking, it seems that parking is kind of the core issue here in the requirement of parking is kind of a core issue. But I could be confused on that. I'm not quite sure. But to speak about parking broadly, I think I think it's a red herring. I worked downtown. I had a car at that time. I found plenty of places to park. I go downtown to shop quite often. I don't live near downtown anymore. I have to drive or take the bus. But I think this whole idea that we have to cater to the convenience of car-centric infrastructure is the stupidest thing in the world, because I don't think we're ever going to be able to move forward to less infrastructure. I mean, we have a bus system, and the bus system right now is free, and it's not the best, and it's not the worst. And yeah, maybe you're going to have an uncomfortable experience on the public transportation sometimes once in a blue moon. I used to exclusively ride by the bus. I never felt unsafe. You just have to kind of pay attention to when the bus is going to stop so you don't miss your bus stop. You can talk to the bus driver. Met quite a few interesting folks. Downtown's supposed to be walkable. And I think adding more housing density, we have issues with infrastructure. I think there should be a grocery store. I think there should be competitive grocery stores. I think there should be more infrastructure for living downtown, but I don't see that parking being a necessity is that important. And everybody wants to whine and complain about the lack of parking, but God forbid you have to walk downtown. We have 3 garages. You don't like the one over here? Okay, go to the one by the library. Oh no, you're scared of the homeless people over there? Okay, go to the one off of 9th. I mean, we have plenty of parking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Patrick Watkins. I'm an attorney in private practice. I'm not here advocating for anybody. I'm just here as a citizen. I did want to make some public comment on this. I'm fortunate to control where I work. I'm a downtown business owner and a building owner. And I'm fortunate to have a private practice where I can work downtown, and we do have parking. But my practice is deeply committed to serving the businesses of downtown. I've been on the Business Association for 6 years. I just fell off that board, but I led it twice. I've been on the LPA for 6 years, and I'm currently the vice president. A lot of my work is catered towards being downtown and supporting the business. We need density. We know that we need it because we lose businesses every month. We lost a couple months ago. We know we need density because restaurants close on Monday and Tuesdays. People solved this dynamic. Adding more people to live downtown is the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do for downtown businesses. It's the right thing to do for downtown. It was smart to issue the RFI and solicit interest in developing the parking lots. And it worked. Cohen Esri is a top-notch developer. They come with an ambitious plan, one that we should be quite proud of receiving, and they come with a great track record. Is it a perfect project yet? No, but nothing is at this level. But these opportunities do not come around very often. It's a massive investment that they've made just to get to this point in the process, and it's a massive investment that they want to make in downtown Lawrence. Density is important, but so is parking. These things are not mutually exclusive. Good cities solve both at the same time. It just takes investing in both. I would encourage the commission to work with Cohen Esri to add another layer of parking to this parking garage underground. They're interested in Lawrence. They want to make an investment. We need to add parking. We can do both things at once. It just takes creative, capable negotiation. Direct your city manager's office to keep them on the hook. Keep them interested. We need this investment. We need to preserve our parking. We can do both. It's not going to be easy. It's not a perfect solution, but good cities do both. Go to Boulder. Go to Iowa City. They do both, and we can do both here. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Rebecca Britton, 66049. I am in favor of this affordable housing development. I worked downtown for 5 years, and even now that I don't work downtown, My son and I are downtown pretty much every weekend, and even when there's parades and things going on, we find parking downtown just fine. So I do agree with the previous commenter that there's plenty of parking downtown, and but I do like that they're required to build their own parking, so at least they're not then further taking away from the parking downtown. My own mother is legally blind, and finding senior housing for her, it took us years. We just finally relocated her in April, but it took us years to find a place that was going to be in a walkable location for her, since she's not able to drive, to find a location that's safe for her to walk and reasonable for her to get to work from on the bus route and everything. So with that said, I also strongly encourage us to continue to support these affordable housing developments, and especially when it comes to seniors and our more other more vulnerable populations. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Malcolm Miller. Born and raised here in Lawrence, Kansas. Grew up in Old West Lawrence, spent my entire adult life in East Lawrence. I was lucky enough to be able to purchase the Amex Barbershop and building and business. Let me start by saying that okay, nervous. Let me start by saying that I am pro infill, and I'm pro building up. I'm pro people want to live and be downtown. I think that's a good thing. I think we should find projects and support them. And yes, I think that there's also people drive too much in general. I think that there is parking downtown in the garages that is underutilized. That said, I don't think we should be permanently removing 70 parking spots in downtown. I don't think we should be selling our infrastructure, full stop. I don't think we should be selling our public infrastructure at a 90% discount. I don't think we should be selling our public infrastructure at a 90% discount to a for-profit business. I don't think we should be selling our public infrastructure at a 90% discount to a for-profit business that is not very well reviewed on Google. It has 2 stars on Google. I don't know if you've looked that up. And not that it really matters, but it hurts a little more that it's an out-of-town business. That being said, I hope you see reason and vote this proposal down. And if you don't, can I have $900,000 to build affordable housing? Thank you for your time.
My name's Reed Dillon. I've lived in Lawrence for 30 years, 66049. I'm opposed to this project on numerous levels. As far as the walkability of Lawrence, just by guessing, I would say 60% of the population is not within walking distance of downtown. And once you get to downtown, it's great. Yeah, it's wonderful to walk there. But without parking, a lot of people can't get there. The parking garages, and I'm getting up in years, anybody in my age, due to situations that go on in the parking garages, no one will park in the garages. So I'm sure for a big crowd that works, but for an equally big crowd, the garages don't work. People don't feel safe anymore. And I believe that there are a lot of unanswered questions on this, for basically saying, we're going to give you the lot and then we're going to work out the details. I'm very uncomfortable with that. I think there's a lot of things that need to be pinned down, and I'm assuming that they will own it, and then after 30 years they can, with the current agreement, I could be wrong, but they can do, are they held to the affordability issues, or can they do whatever they want at 30 years? Because if that's the case, we know what they're going to do. It won't be affordability. So, and the parking garage that they're going to build underneath that Maybe it'll be safe. I don't know. It's an issue. And I would say vote no against this. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Randy Maston, 66046. I'd like to say, listening to the conversations and following this for, I don't know, really just the past week or so, because it kind of came out of the blue to me. I've had other things going on, but to me, it seems like we're giving away our public property to a business for the benefit of its investors. The lot's being sold at a 90% loss to the people of Lawrence, or $900,000, and they're asking for additional incentives to be determined later, making it basically a gift, or we're paying them to take it off our hands. That's a valuable piece of property, and we're about to waste it. I believe the current appraisal also is quite low. I don't know where they got it from, but just look at the old Sunrise lot. That's $1 million lot just right up the street, and it's in a neighborhood. 30 years and they own it? That's ridiculous. I mean, hey, I've been here 25 years and that went by in a blink of an eye. Lost parking for downtown shoppers. The current site's being used by customers now at a 73% occupancy rate from noon to 5. And I think if you went down there after 5, you'd see even a higher occupancy rate. Usually that's when, people are using our downtown to its most. I also ask that you look into Cohen Esri's work in other cities. They appear to have had issues in Colorado Springs, San Antonio, and other places. If you haven't looked at their record, I would ask for a deep dive into that. Look at the lawsuits that are pending. There are many unknowns to approve this purchase and sale agreement. You'd think if they were a professional company, they'd come in here with all these questions answered. I mean, I spent a career in the military, and if I walked in to brief my boss this way, I would have been shown the door. And also, I basically think we just need to start this process over. I know we have an affordable housing issue in the city, and I'm quite aware of that. But I think, just doing something to do something is the wrong answer. Thank you.
Hey, good evening, commissioners.
Good evening.
Nice to see everybody. And welcome Team Algeria if they're watching. I'm not sure if they're watching this. Allons-y, Algeria.
I hope not.
Hey, you guys have a lot on your plates. I wanted to thank you for listening to some of your constituents over the last few weeks. I know you've had really tough decisions to make on a lot of things lately, and you're always in the public view, so I appreciate that. Listen, I also wanted to apologize to Cohen and Esri because I feel like they were really misled in this situation. They put a lot of time and effort into this property. I speak right now for over 1,300 people that have signed the petition that I started to stop this development from happening. There are many reasons for that, but one main reason is, does this property, does this public asset, and does this access point serve the larger population of the city of Lawrence? They're talking about 16 units at deeper affordable rates, 30% AMI. It's a small, very small sliver of the population that it's serving. This public asset, and thank you for bringing it up to our attention in that RFI. This land has value, and I don't think we've tapped into that value resource with creative solutions about how to generate revenue from that lot and how to make downtown accessible and equitable for all, not just a very narrow margin of people. It does raise questions about the application process. I did do a Cora request. I gained 30 documents, some on my own, to kind of get an insight about how Cohen and Esri got the 4% LIHTC funding. I question the loopholes that were used. They get very good at these loopholes and getting into towns and using affordable housing and that language to essentially convince the constituents and the public that this is a good idea. Affordable housing, if you do your research, just means that it's essentially mandated by federal and state policies about who gets in those units. Affordability and affordability scale, if you've not done your research about this, and I'm talking to people at home, that AMI scale, the area medium income, essentially determines who gets into those units. And some aren't that affordable if you do your research. Some are market rate, some are above market rate to get into these quote unquote affordable housing. I saw the affordable housing wave sweep through the country, especially there in California. We were promised lower rents. Developers came in, they built high rises. Studios became $4,000. They raised prices for the other units to subsidize the cheaper units or the affordable units, and it's really serving a narrow percent of the population. I really think you have a lot of decisions to make this year and the years to come, and I hope we have more transparency next time, because as you know, the people care about their downtown. They want it to remain successful, and access and equitable access and affordable access is what we need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Hugh Griggs, 66044. I'm going to have three main points. My first one is, this housing is not really much of a change. I think we should look at it as a historic restoration. As someone who cares about historic Lawrence, this building was condemned by the city of Lawrence this lot and demolished for parking in the 1960s. So if we're going to really care about the historic sort of character of the Lawrence, we need to go back to the density that we had before urban renewal. I think we can all agree that urban renewal was a massive mistake. The city of Topeka has plenty of accessible and free parking. I don't think anyone wants to make Lawrence more like the downtown city of Topeka. If Lawrence is really serious about public parking, and I can be convinced, we should just condemn the bank parking lot on 8th and Kentucky and build something here. Right now there are 300 seniors on the waiting list for affordable housing, and I think it'd be a travesty to not give maybe even half of these seniors an opportunity to live downtown. I'm really lucky that my grandma and my grandpa have an opportunity to live in the house that they have lived in for a long time and age in that house. But if I had a grandma, especially if I were from a low-income family and I were putting them in a senior housing lot that was in Western Lawrence, where they could be between 3 highways and all they had were an Arby's and a gas station, I would feel really sad about them. And this can give up to 150 seniors access to the amazing amenities of downtown for really not that much money. They can walk to Liberty Hall, they can go to all the events in South Park and a lot of these other areas, and I think we should give that to them. Listen, parking is important, but I feel like half of the people that are complaining about walking to their parking lots probably have a longer walk from their parking lot where they park at the Walmart parking lot, actually walking to the Walmart. There's more distance in all these strip malls. If we're gonna prioritize parking above all else for our businesses, we might as well just change Lawrence to Olathe. Okay, do we want to demolish every other building downtown on Mass Street and put cars in there? I don't think that's the issue. We need to work and move towards density, because as the gentleman earlier said, these businesses are closed Tuesday and Monday because they're not even used. We have to have a choice for development in Lawrence. Obviously we want development, obviously we want growth. Do we want to build up and restore Lawrence to its historic character of density and community? Or do we want to continue to have urban sprawl and expand these parking lots endlessly and endlessly? And I want to say we should support this project because I want to support our seniors and support low-income housing, and because I don't want to Olathe my Lawrence. Thank you.
Hi, City Commissioners. My name's Hayden Houts, 66046. Originally I came to this and I was just going to listen, just hear it out, but I feel like I'd be doing my community a disservice if I didn't at least raise my voice and speak up real quick. I've lived in Lawrence my entire life. I'm 21 now. I'm a student at the University of Kansas as well, and I think one issue I just want to touch on real quick is that KU each year is seeing record-breaking enrollment, and I think one real big issue is that if enrollment keeps growing, downtown is going to need more and more parking and more space to have people there. Especially with the very large party scene downtown that's been growing recently, especially with the addition of Logie's down there. I work next door at Breakout Lawrence over there, so every night I see a really long line of people down there. If people want to get there, they're going to need parking for that, and while some people will say that lot isn't really well used, my 21 years of experience disagrees with that. Also, that western half of Lawrence from 6th to 8th Street, there's those businesses, without that parking lot right there, you can't really access them aside from walking. And while I know walking is an addition, the amount of times we've looped around to try to find the best parking spot or find an available spot that's a little bit closer, you just are going to need some space to be able to get to those businesses. Otherwise, they're going to be staggered, and not many people are going to be able to go over to them, which is going to continue the suffering in that little district area. I think housing is important, especially affordable housing, but I think with the questions on the matter and respectively with the shakiness of the developers, especially with their 2 out of 5 on Google, you can look it up. They haven't had a review above 2 stars in the past 9 months. I think that says a lot. I think it'd be the smart decision to choose to help the larger Lawrence community rather than the selective smaller group. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I know you've been here for ever so long, and you were here very, very early this morning, so I appreciate all the time you're taking on this issue. There were a few things that of note to me. One is there is no data on the evening time usage of this lot. I think in some paperwork being filed by some, this is referred to as a vacant lot. It's not a vacant lot. And because we only enforce parking through 6:30 at night, I don't believe that we have any data associated with the evening time usage, and I think that would be very valuable to you. I think it's also interesting that there's been a few people indicate that they have an interest in historic preservation. I would believe that more if in their drawings it actually included the historic buildings around it. They are in fact not even included, and sort of makes you wonder how much they care about their neighbors. I also want to point out that I know for a fact there's at least one neighbor who had no idea this was happening until 3 days ago. It would be, again, more convincing to me that they wanted to be invested in this community if they were communicating with their neighbors. I also find it kind of troubling that the public engagement is somehow supposed to happen after the sale. I'm not going to comment on the troubling way that this process has come about, because so many other people have. But the idea that we don't have to do public engagement on what a piece of public infrastructure that we own should be according to this community until after we've sold it is very troubling. So please reconsider this, think hard about this, and take some more time on it. Thank you.
Any other comments in the room? Seeing none, how about online?
We do have a few.
Thank you.
Stephen Watts.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Why are you confronted by staff with a June 15 deadline, which is, imminent? What manner of work ethic centers around staff doing that and encumbering my town commission with that kind of a time frame? It seems pretty ridiculous to me, but it's just par for the course around here. It's garbage. So what kind of management allows for that? And hopefully the new town manager is viewing this video or this meeting so he can see this is what we deal with here. And okay, here you go. Hey, you know what? Fuck the investor pool. That comes from the guy making the presentation. Why am I supposed to worry about the investor pool for this dealy bob? Absolutely incredible. And I'm one of the target group, 55 plus housing. The deal is that these organizations set this stuff up because it's easy. 55 plus is an easy target as opposed to just regular people housing. Bottom line is Lawrence needs to begin to understand that housing is not available for regular people. And we must embrace the idea of public housing owned by the city and regulated by the city. Next, we move into who decided to move this from $1 million property to a $100,000 property. And then we also need to go into why did it change from a 99-year lease, which may have had a great convincing guys like me, well, maybe this will work, to 30 years. Absolutely incredible giveaway. Why are we greasing the palms of the wealthy when it's supposed at the saying that it's for us old people? Give me a break. You know, Brad, you've been on this planning commission nonsense since before 2009, my brother, and you have seen this go on and on and on. So please use the information. Don't give away a city. I don't care if it's a parking lot or not. The deal, I mean, it's incredible that people are all worried about where they're going to park their cars. When this is a housing project, Dealey Bob, you have plenty of time to make decisions about how to do this. Please don't be encumbered by this June 15 deadline and some rimrat outfit that comes in here saying, well, we need 30 years and not 99 years. Screw them. Thank you.
Julie Jones.
Julie Jones, 66047. No, I don't have my picture fixed on this computer yet. I don't know why. My points on this topic are, yes, people have pointed out the reviews. I'm also a part of that 65 and older group. And so I was very interested in this because as time goes on, I become more and more concerned about how I'm going to stay in my house. And maybe I better pay more attention to this 55 and older group. So the reviews for this company, while they might be a great builder, after they build the units, they are not taking care of their tenants. And that's very concerning to me. When people talk about walkability of this unit, I found myself suddenly 2 years ago not able to walk. And so now I rely on my vehicle. Walking to a bus stop and getting up and down off of those steps would be major to me. And so I need my car. The retail, I thought they were putting retail underneath this building and not parking garage. And I wondered how that worked into the affordable housing total cost for the unit. If we're going to give it to them for $100,000 instead of $1 million, and not look at other ways for us to make money off of the property, which I get it is filling. It was 100 some that he was going to put in there, and now it's only 70 some. Why don't we just charge for parking? Is that our real end goal here? Or did they just, it's the new game in town, affordable housing and nonprofits. If you don't have one of those businesses, you're just not cool anymore. So if they want to buy it for $100,000, then that's it. We're not giving you any more money. We're not giving you any incentives. It's what you see is what you get. And then the other thing that was concerning to me that a peer pointed out to me was the bars and how loud it is in that area at night. Those windows will be nice for the first 6 months, but after that, when they start leaking, it's going to be so annoying. And safe? Ha! You are not going to find me in a parking garage or anywhere downtown at night because I am a target for somebody to jump because I can't walk well and I no longer have stability on my feet. So it would be a no for me to move downtown. Thank you.
Risa Williams.
Hi there, Risa Williams, 66049. I often speak on here regarding the need for affordable housing. I feel like the City Commission's pretty aware of that. That being said, I feel like there's a lot of unknowns. As someone who works very hard to house our community members, there's a lot of questions I have. I didn't hear of any ADA apartments, numbers of how many accessible apartments. As far as the elevator, I've stood in line in the elevator. You're in a hotel, the elevator's jammed up, you're waiting to get on. Imagine being 40 years older with a walker and no place to sit, and you're standing there waiting to get into the elevator. Also, did we ask those who recently moved into the New Hampshire Street lofts, how do they like being downtown? What details can they provide? And like I said, many of the details, I just feel like they're not known, and maybe I missed that in the presentation. My other concern is that the current buildings on Mass Street are very old. Building something in the back of these, what's that going to do to those current older buildings? Building a deep parking garage where the current where the current parking lot is, that's moving a lot of land. Plaster walls, what's that going to do to those old buildings? I know we're pricing our seniors out of their homes here in town. So selling that lot for $100,000, it kind of sounds ridiculous to me. Selling it for what it's worth to help lower our community's taxes, that just seems like something that we should be looking at, slowing down the process, giving it more time to think about. Like I said, I know we need this affordable housing, but why seniors and why the seniors downtown and why that location? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hillary Carter.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor, Vice Mayor. My name is Hillary Carter. I live in zip code 66046. I work in affordable housing finance. I advise public sector clients across the country on their affordable housing goals. I have no connection to this project or this developer. I am here tonight because I understand what's actually at stake in this decision, and I think it's important that the Commission hears it from someone without a financial interest in the outcome. The tax credits awarded to this project are real, they're scarce, and they are time sensitive. They were competitively awarded by the Kansas Housing Resources Corporation from a limited statewide pool. Other developers across Kansas applied for these same resources and did not receive them. If this sale doesn't move forward, those credits will be lost to this community entirely. That's not a hypothetical, that's just how the program works. I want to speak directly to something the Commission has said publicly, that Lawrence wants to attract more affordable housing and market rate developers. I work in this industry and I know how developers talk to each other. Lawrence already has a reputation as a difficult place to build. That reputation has real consequences. Developers have limited capacity and choose their markets carefully. They go where they feel the process is fair and where commitments mean something. If the city tonight walks away from an agreement it made with a developer who did what the city asked, responded to your RFI, negotiated an exclusive negotiating agreement with the city, applied to KHRC for competitive tax credits in 2 separate rounds, secured the tax credits, invested significant time and resources in good faith, that will be noticed. Not just by this developer, by others who are watching to see whether Lawrence is serious about its stated commitment to affordable housing or whether that commitment evaporates when it becomes politically inconvenient. The affordable housing development community is smaller than people think. Word travels. Voting no tonight doesn't just kill this project. It signals to every developer considering Lawrence that the city's word isn't reliable. That is a very difficult reputation to recover from, and it works directly against everything this commission says it wants. Lawrence has a housing affordability crisis. Senior residents on fixed incomes feel it acutely. Tonight, you have a real funded, awarded, ready to move forward opportunity to do something about on a parking lot. I'd encourage the commission to ask itself what it would say to the seniors who need this housing about why a surface parking lot that temporarily houses private cars mattered more. Please vote to approve the PSA tonight. Thank you for your time.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay. Bring it back to the commission for questions, comments, motions eventually.
I have a question for the applicants, if someone can see in. Now, I know in the report, you kind of broke down some of the different funding streams that you'd be able to utilize. I'm just going to, this isn't is this your exhaustive list? Because I know that there's other opportunities available, or just for the sake of the time, at the time that the application was put in, this is what you were thinking would be your funding areas.
You're talking about the, excuse me, the sources? And
I was trying to find it real quick.
Yes, I mean, we're, at this point, we just try to find every incentive we can to build this housing because it's needed, and as it was mentioned, these credits are important to build this housing, and this is not irregular across communities, across Kansas and Missouri and neighboring states.
Right. Now, with this property being in one of our current 1.0 opportunity zones, does it qualify for additional LIHTC dollars on the federal level?
Not from the opportunity zone. Opportunity zones and LIHTC don't mix. It's in a qualified census tract, which gets us a basis boost.
Right. Okay, so you get the boost because it's in the qualified
Yes.
census tract. Okay. New market tax credits?
New market tax credits don't work with housing because we don't employ enough people within the manager, the maintenance to qualify for those credits.
Okay. Thank you. Leah, just a quick question on the background of, I know you said the applicant has done one application with AHAB and it was not funded. What were some of the conversations with as to their interest in not funding the project?
The AHAB's discussion revolved primarily around the concerns around one elevator. The AHAB was generally interested and supportive of the project, asked Cohen Esri to come back in the next round, but was concerned about safety issues with seniors and only having access to one elevator. And Cohen Esri said that they were committed to working with us on that.
Okay. All right, and then, thank you, Leah. But I guess where the conversation may lie with the commission on this, I know with the financial capacity, I mean, you're still strongly listening here that AHAB is going to give you $1 million, and unless this commission directs AHAB to do that, you're probably not going to get it, so, or I don't know, a conversation for us to have, which then adds another layer to this project. So what was the contingency, or what is the contingency if you don't get $1 million from AHAB?
I mean, we would have to seek funding from different sources. I mean, we're exploring options at the state level, at the federal level. This is an important site.
Right.
It's technically a transit-oriented development. It checks a lot of boxes, but it's, yeah. So the gap would exist, but we're committed to making this project work. We see the need of senior affordable housing in this community. We've done market studies, we've done everything, and the need for affordable housing in Lawrence is not only seen in Lawrence, but it's seen at the state level and the federal level.
Okay. And so again, this was presented to us at 115 units, and it's now coming back to us as 94 units. Now, we don't know the mix. We know that'll come. I imagine that there'll be some higher levels of 60, 80 AMI, whatnot. So this application was put together based on $1 million from AHAB and a 99-year lease. You're not asking for the lease agreement. You're still wanting $1 million. So I'm guessing, I'm just curious to know, does the shift from leasing to ownership, if that doesn't impact, based on your presentation, you're saying that it doesn't impact the bottom line. But I guess I'm just trying to understand, like, what,
Yeah, I
the
should,
$1 million piece, it does. It truly does.
yes, yeah.
So,
I'm just saying we're committed to working through these difficulties. We do this in communities all across the
Right.
country, and we're committed to affordable housing, and it's, you know, as kind of been mentioned, we've been working on this for 3 years now, and,
Yeah.
you know, these things take time, and we're committed to working on that, and there's a lot of developers who are not committed to working through that time frame, but I think that's just kind of how we operate.
okay.
Let me ask that question slightly differently. If, and I think maybe under our new policy, it might be required. I'm not sure if, once we pass it, if we pass it. If the $1 million required, 50 years or 99 years of permanent affordable housing, is that something you can work with?
We can certainly explore it. I can't commit to that right now, but it's something certainly we can explore. Right now, the 30 years, it's not abstract. It's just the maximum we're allowed with the state of Kansas. So that's where it comes from. We ask for the maximum length of affordability.
That's the LIHTC
That's correct.
number.
And what happens after that 30 years? Do they just go market rate?
It really changes from like community to community, but usually at the end of 30 years, these buildings have been they're tired. So usually it goes through rehab. Typically, what we do is we put it back through the program, rehab it, and then continue its affordability. We've done that a few times in our portfolio, and we've had great success with that.
And then just one more question. Julie and Risa had brought up the question about ADA access here. And, looking through it, there's a couple things. It looks like ADA for the existing stalls, but could you talk about ADA inside?
Yeah, I can.
Inside this building?
Our architect probably speak a little bit better to that. We adhere to all the ADA standards that's outlined by the LIHTC rules through the state of Kansas. One thing that keeps coming up is the elevator. And again, we went to the Affordable Housing Board. We heard the concerns, and now we're going back. So this is an iterative process, and obviously there's real dollars to putting, another elevator in and all that. So it changes our bottom line every single time. But sorry.
No, but the project is required to have at least 5% fully accessible units plus 2% of visually accessible units.
And all units will be visitable.
So 5%, 90 units, 5, and then just 2 that are visually. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can explore increasing that as well.
I'm good.
Okay, other
Mayor,
questions? Oh, go ahead.
I
Yeah.
apologize. Would it be okay if I followed up on a
Sure.
previous question?
Yeah.
Commissioner Pullian, I'm sorry I didn't have it at the time. So the appraisal was completed on June 2nd of this year by Keller Craig. And on the agenda item packet, I'm happy to provide the comparables if you like, but it's page 135 on the agenda item packet where that chart is.
Thank you. I do have some additional questions. First of all, thank you very much for everything that you have done thus far. You came to us in good faith, and I really believe that you guys have done everything you can. Remind me again of the process. You said there were 3 people involved. Were we focused on this particular parking lot being affordable housing, whether commission or staff?
So it's my understanding that we put out the RFI for 3 different lots, and we received proposals, 1 proposal each for each of those lots. We had a list of potential public benefits, and affordable housing was one of those. I had the list pulled up. Let me pull it back up again. It's in the previous agenda report that was linked on in your agenda packet.
Well, and I think I've saw it somewhere. Affordable, let's see, public benefits of interest, affordable housing, grocery store, corner market.
Yep.
Permanently year-round home for the Lawrence Farmers Market, on-site parking.
That's the list.
And now notice you're looking at that, the retail space was meant to be a kind of a small grocery, I forget the word you use.
Bodega.
That's the word. I can never, the East Coast people say that.
Yeah.
I'm looking at him, but, yeah, I mean, that was the point. That's the retail space on the ground floor was part of that
And that
proposal.
still remains.
Yeah.
We have about 3,000 square foot right now of retail space. Since we've started this process to now, there's been other smaller, I guess, bodegas or grocery store. I know one other that opened in Lawrence, but certainly we're exploring all options there, but we're committed to making a retail space in the building.
Is it okay if I follow up on that?
Yeah.
I just want to clarify that they included that in their project because the city asked them to. I'm not sure that that would be a component of the project unless the city had that as a, as a part of the RFI and had requested that of them to bring in additional tax space. I also wanted to just clarify that there are no market rate units included in this particular project. There was some, I think, some confusion or questions about that. So these are 100% affordable units for 30 to 80% AMI, ages 55 and above.
But what happens after 30 years? You indicated that usually you will remodel them and then kind of recycle and maybe get affordable housing back into.
Yeah, what we've done in other communities, and I can't speak for 30 years from now.
Exactly.
If I'm back here in 30 years, I will say
I don't know that any of them.
But what we've done in the past in other communities is put it back through the LIHTC program, kind of fix up each unit, and then extend the affordability period again.
And I think that, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn. I think that our community does really support affordable housing. I think that there's also support for that long-term affordability. And one of the reasons in the forthcoming incentive policy, while we're proposing a minimum 50 or 99 year, depending on the incentives received from the city, is exactly to address this point, that all of these public resources go into these projects, and at the end of 30 years, they could be converted to market rate, or the city could perhaps ask for longer affordability. And that was one of the points we were trying to negotiate with Cohen Esri, was around longer or deeper affordability for this project.
To build on that point, when we originally went to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, we had a 15-year affordability. There was a request to double that, which we did. And then obviously the elevator conversation started as well. But we're 3 years in, but we're still this is a really complicated building. And obviously from when we started this project to now, everything's changed in our community, or in this world. So we're exploring all options, and we're trying to be transparent and open to the process, and we understand this is the start of the process, and we expect this.
There was a question about, I know we have the exclusivity issue, which was you had a 2-year exclusivity and that ends, but there's also some questions about, and Hillary Carter brought up about the LIHTC funding. Tell me about your timing issues, if any, with LIHTC funding and what you would need to keep that moving forward.
Yeah, so this obviously is a big piece of the puzzle to keep this moving forward. We do have some horizons that we have to close by to secure the financing. That's related to the tax credits and the bond financing that we're getting through the state of Kansas. So I don't have the exact date in my head. I believe it's 2 years from the award date, and that was in November of last year. So we got to move quickly, and yeah.
Need to move quickly, but June 15th, you don't lose your tax credits on June 15th.
Yes, if we lose site control, that will.
Oh, it does. If the exclusivity.
If we don't get.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Ideally we would extend and then come back here, but obviously we were committed to this project.
Yeah.
This is a $31 million project. We've invested a lot of capital so far, and we want to see this through. we've invested in this community, and yeah.
Okay, so again, I just want to be clear on that. If we don't either extend the exclusivity or we don't enter into this contract tonight, you're saying the LIHTC funding would be gone next week or 2 weeks from now?
I mean, yes. I mean, it would be, I think the state of Kansas would take these really important tax credits and move it to a different project because they don't see the city or anyone wanting affordable housing here. So they would move those credits to another community.
Okay.
Are there, these credits are awarded on a point system. Can you talk about how being on New Hampshire has helped or benefited you being able to get these tax credits?
Yeah, so a lot of the projects that the state of Kansas sees is not typical to an infill development. So state of Kansas worked with us on this. Also, as you mentioned, there's a lot of points related to geographic location of stuff, walkability, access to shops, access to grocery stores, access to transit. That's an exhaustive list that this site checks a lot of those boxes from a geographic standpoint. And then we further added that with the affordability components, the deeper AMI targeting, and then we do have units up to 80% AMI, but that's what the state of Kansas and this point scoring wanted. So we're reacting to kind of the feedback we're getting from the state to build affordable housing here.
Okay, because we have lots of property, right?
Yeah.
That's infill property.
But you can't move the LIHTC funding.
Yeah, I get it. I've seen on the website exactly how the LIHTC is to this property.
Yeah.
Have you ever, in the middle of something, explored a different property?
No. The state of Kansas wants you to, or the LIHTC program wants you to find a location and invest in that location based on geographic elements.
That's why you got the credits, is because it's this specific?
Yes.
Okay. What other options are there after 30 years? Can we buy the property after?
We're
less what we have contributed?
I can't speak to that right now, but certainly we can explore every option. We've explored these options with other communities across the Midwest and Texas, and very similar scenarios, because this comes up a lot in different communities. So happy to explore all those options through the development agreement. Obviously, there's some concerns about design that's going to come up in site plan review. This is just, the PSA for us is just to say, does the city of Lawrence believe in affordable housing in this location? And if they do, we can proceed and explore all these options, because again, I see this as the start of the development process and not the end.
Mm-hmm. Well, First, I want it to be known, I think Mr. Watkins was absolutely correct. I think having residents in the downtown area are beneficial everywhere. I do believe in affordable housing as well. But let me ask you another question. Was it made known that the expectation was that the property, that you were expecting us to donate the property?
Yeah, that's what our original agreement and RFI at the beginning mentioned.
But it would have the 99-year.
That was our original proposal. We received feedback that that wasn't the preferred route, so we pivoted.
Okay. And were you asked to figure out something about the parking?
Yeah, there was some concern. There was a question about reduction of units. We went from 115 to 94, which we did not like, because again, we see a high demand for affordable housing, especially for seniors. So we reduced it to offset some of the parking concerns, because we weren't going to able to park to 1-to-1 ratio. So we brought down the unit count to kind of solve that parking. We can't charge for parking for our residents. So to us, it's a high cost. It's a high cost of free parking, really.
So I guess where my concern is that you have these tax credits. that's awesome, guys. This is wonderful that we have the tax credits, but were there hurdles identified before going out and getting these tax credits, or how does that work? Because now, if we say this doesn't pencil for us, we stand to lose tax credits, and that makes us look poor. When did the tax credits get approved?
November of 25.
And there hadn't been conversations about figuring out parking or figuring out, we're sitting here now and we're damned if we do, damned if we don't, right? And I don't feel like we really had much of a choice. So, again, were these issues identified prior to going and getting the tax credits?
Yes, and we worked, well, let's be on the development side. Yes, we heard these concerns. We worked to refine our plan over the last 3 years to address these concerns that we heard through the community, specifically about parking.
I mean, parking, guys, I appreciate parking. Wichita built an arena, and everyone was so angry that they hadn't built a parking garage, and it was just really kind of changing the culture. I'm not basing everything on parking. I certainly appreciate where people are concerned about that, and I do care about that. But that's, I mean, we're talking about affordable housing, and our fixed income folks are the ones I often worry about most. So, trust me when I tell you, I'm an advocate of this. But there just seems to be a litany of issues that, if you're going to do anything about the parking, we have to subsidize it. We're going to lose out on a pretty valuable piece of property. That's kind of tough. And then we don't have any answers or any idea what this is going to pencil out to be, which I know, I get that. It's par for the course, but so many unknowns, and I don't think a lot of folks were actually aware that this was going on. As Ms. Shipley pointed out, somebody in the area didn't know that this was even going on. I feel all of this was really well intended, but here we are.
Let me say something about that. I mean, a couple parts of that.
Correct me.
No, I think you're right.
Misinterpreted or anything.
No, I mean, part of it is that, of course, when the original proposal came out and the original exclusivity agreement happened, it was the application, the hope was the LIHTC funding would have been awarded in November of 24, not the November of 25.
Gotcha.
They were not awarded, even with the site, even with all the things, they were not awarded in November of 24. Without that LIHTC funding, the project wasn't going forward. So from November of 24 to November of 25, not much happened in the project because there was no LIHTC funding in which to, I mean, if they weren't awarded LIHTC funding in November of 25, we wouldn't be here. So not much happened. There was no reason to move forward with it until November of 25, when the LIHTC funding came out. All of a sudden, now you have LIHTC funding, but you also have an exclusivity agreement that runs out, which was entered in good faith in 24 for 2 years, but now it really doesn't really start until November of 25, and now you only have 8 months to have this discussion to where we're at today because of that. Now, so the timing of this, again, I don't think anyone's fault. The timing of it was the LIHTC award, and when the LIHTC award came out, and so that's where we're at. I think again the question for us and the question being presented, I think, is are we willing to continue to have that conversation? I have questions about parking. We have questions about awarding additional funding. This project is far from being complete. We know from another project in town, I think we know that, I'd be interested in exploring additional parking, open public parking, And, there's also the ability, as Mr. Watkins said, I mean, we could decide to, add another layer of parking on there. Now, that comes with a cost, right?
Right. Everything is subsidized
Yeah,
by us.
everything's coming with a cost, right? But there's still discussion to be had if that's what we want to continue. And obviously, I think what Cohen Esri is here today is saying, we've put a lot of effort into this. Do we want to continue to have that conversation? And I certainly understand why, they don't want to invest a lot more time if eventually we're going to say no. If we're going to say no to this, I mean, it's not fair to them to say, work on this for 6 more months, talk with the public, fix all this up, and then for us to say we're not giving you the, $1 million, or we're only giving you, $10,000, or we're not going to give you your IOBs, or we're only going to do this with 99 years. I mean, I think that's why they asked to bring this forward now, is, again, is it fair to them? Either are we going to continue this conversation or not? I think that's my analysis of what we're here for.
Is it a fair, if I may, is it a fair statement to make that when we entered into the RFI, that if they were able to get the tax credits, that we would proceed no matter what?
No.
I don't
No.
know if you can say
No,
that.
no.
That's not-
It had a lot of variables to that. I mean, including, AHAB funding, including, retail. I mean, all sorts of questions remained. I mean, again, I would be interested in exploring, the underground parking, the 58 odd spaces being dedicated, but then the 54 spaces on the ground floor being open to the public, including residents, but open to the public. And so you'd go from 74 to 54 spaces, right? You could have, spaces, lose some spaces, but still have some open spaces. There's possibilities about, like we did another project, adding, angled parking or something if you decide to do something to add parking, right? There's lots of options you could consider when you get to the design phase of this.
But that
Yeah.
would have to be, we recognize tonight that any parking initiatives would have to be at the taxpayer dime.
Yes.
Is that fair to
Yes.
say?
Yes.
That and we haven't even talked about the incentives, the IRBs, I can't remember any, like all the things, right? The TIFs, the CIDs. So we're going to sell land for $100,000 with absolutely no guarantees, other than we will get egg on our face because we would turn away tax credits.
Yeah, that's a way to.
I'm not trying to
Yeah, no.
simplify it.
No, I think,
But
yeah.
I am,
And-
are we 100% committed to anybody that gets LIHTC projects for a property? And if that's the case, then at least that
Yeah.
is available. But there's no guarantees here at all
That's correct.
for the taxpayer dollar, right? So,
Commissioner Polling, I think what the point, I don't want to say the point you're trying to make, because I don't know exactly what that might be.
sure either.
So,
I'm still struggling, yeah.
Well, that's out of your mouth, not mine, so I just want to make sure I wasn't on the hook for saying it. I think what we are getting, I don't want to say necessarily a master class in, but what we are understanding some of the difficulties that has come with how our government addresses affordable housing and the tools that it gives states and local government to do that, and that they are tools. They've become good tools, decent tools, depending on states and the municipalities who have been able to leverage and blend different dollars, stack, I think is what I saw in the report. And that is true. That happens with a lot of social adjacent things in our community: healthcare, mental health, housing, transportation. In a sense, I think when you say it gets subsidized by the taxpayer, I mean, everything is subsidized by the taxpayer. Whether or not you feel like you should be the one to do that, that's a whole nother conversation and TED Talk that we can have at another time. But I think because of the process with LIHTC credits, you start this, it starts the conversation and the negotiation because you don't know, to the mayor's point, you don't know what the different variables are. You have independent and dependent variables that wouldn't come up until you have a conversation in a public square, or you do the engagement, or you talk about the process, which is secondary discussions that I feel like this governing body needs to have because it's come up a lot. But where this project sits, what was said as a commission is that we have city property. And if the city's not in the business of being realtors, then I guess we need to be in the business of letting some of this go. And how can we let it go in a way that's going to do a good benefit for our community? Now we're weighing them, whereas it relates to 94 units of affordable housing versus reimagining what 74 lost units are going to be when this comes back on board. That's our negotiating tool. There's a lot in this that still needs to be negotiated, yes, but those variables don't necessarily, at this point in this process, it can't make or break it because that's out of our control. So what is in our control is that if we believe that we want to make that commitment to make this project work, what are we willing to do to make this project work? And if we're not going to do it, then tell the applicant we're not going to do it, and then we move on. But I think some of the conversations around engagement and process, they need to be stated, but some those are kind of non sequitur to what's in front of us right now. And so the idea is that we know that the applicant just said we have to drop it if we want to be able to subsidize the parking that's going to be lost, because we heard that as a concern. There's other things. We're not doing the 99-year lease. We're doing, it's a sale. I mean, these are all things that we can have discussion about, but I think the bottom line is that are we willing to work with the applicant who did the work to get the tax credits based on the RFI that we put out? Are we willing to work with that applicant to make this project work? And if we're not, then let's just say that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. With that being said, I support this project, but yes, we do have to talk about the parking. We do have to talk about the elevator. I don't see you getting $1 million from AHAB. I mean, I would like for you to get some funding. But that's if you're willing and committed to do that work with us, and this governing body is willing to work with you to do that, then I have no objection to this project. Now, there might be a different conversation if some of the deliverables don't pan out. And I mean, that could be because of tariffs. We go into a recession. There are things that are outside of our control that may not make this work. We can't, if you choose as a governing body to say, I'm going to use that as my decision, that's going to weigh on my decision whether or not I approve this, that's your business. But for me, I can't do that because those are externalities that we don't know where it's going to go. But I know I have the control to say, let's continue with this project. We're going to make it work because I have an affordable housing administrator that is going to help us and guide us in saying, can we make this work? This is what we can do. Does this governing body support that? Do we feel like there's more that needs to be done? And that's the back and forth of this. That's, to your point, that is the process after this.
One question real quick. The IOB that you asked for, or is it going to be just a sales tax, or is it property tax? No property tax either.
We've been assuming no property taxes.
That's I assumed.
We can explore pilots or other programs, but yes.
What we've done typically for other projects. I just wanted to be sure.
Okay. Yeah. So, to your point, Commissioner Sellers, I don't want to beat around the bush on this. For me, it's difficult to talk about this with a straight face because parking is literally the focal point of this entire project and its largest pitfall. We're taking a parking lot with a number of spaces. We're trying to develop a project for affordable housing for seniors who may or may not be driving, and then we're required to provide spaces in a former parking lot for people, but not provide the parking that was there previously. And so the only reason we have to put these spaces in is because we're taking grant dollars, correct? I want to make sure that was a statement I heard you say. Because of some of the Light Tech dollars are requiring one space per unit. Is that correct?
That's a cage. That's a
Sorry, so State of Kansas grant, though. You're getting money from them that requires such an investment, correct?
Yes, correct.
So I think, for me, as a guy that deals with these properties in general quite a bit, senior living specifically, I can tell you that these things don't pencil out because of the parking. We're using federal tax dollars, our tax credits, to pay for between $2.5 and $4 million worth of parking structure, more than likely, in this project, is my guess, just based on raw numbers that I'm looking at. So we're taking out parking. We're giving away the lot. We're not getting anything in return to build new parking. You're taking tax dollars, some from the state, and have to rebuild parking below grade and on the surface. And in return, the community gets no additional parking. And yet you said one of the bases for this selection was its transit location, but this is becoming a car-focused and centric project for me, and that to me is part of the problem. I believe this is a great project. I really want to do one of these. I wasn't a part of the original plan to let us this RFP or this RFI, but I really like the data that we got back, and I disagree. I feel like we don't walk away from anything if we take a step back from this, because the nature and the complexion of that block has changed so much in the last 48 months that, for me, it'd be remiss if we didn't take a step backwards and talk about whether this is really the location for this type of investment in Lawrence, Kansas downtown. And whether or not I want to lose tax credits, I don't want to lose tax credits, but I want to be forced to make a quick decision on something that I feel like is a site in downtown Lawrence that we have an opportunity to deal with and we own, and we don't have to deal with parking if we don't want to. And the only reason we're dealing with parking is because we're getting state grants. And so for me, we've backed ourselves into this hole of increasing the price of this project for parking, taking away the parking benefits for the community, and then also say that we're getting this based on transit. So I feel like if we could move this site around somewhere downtown, or find a different parking, or admit that we made a mistake on the location and pick a different one, I would be glad to work with you, because I really like the data that you provided, and I feel like we've got the information we need to make a decision. But for me, this is a no-build option for me. I walk away from this not prepared to move forward in selling the property. So, I mean, that's my take for it, just because it seems like an infinite loop do-over on parking, and I want to step away from that the best I can tonight.
And I want to ask this question again, because I guess I'm confused. We have a Light Tech project, I mean, the New Hampshire project down the street.
Don't have parking.
Has 34, I think it's 30, they have 54 units. They have 34 private parking spaces in the back. Mm-hmm. And they have 24, there's 24 angled parking, but those are all metered spots. Those are not dedicated. Are you saying, I mean, that got Light Tech funding?
So I could speak to that.
Yeah, I know.
Our original proposal, we requested from KHRC to reduce the parking count under 1-to-1. They accepted that. We didn't get awarded that round. So we came back, heard feedback from staff and City Commission. Parking's going to be an issue. The neighborhood around they don't want spillover effects. We redid our budget. We were kind of led to say that parking you need to contain your own parking. So we explored that option. But to your point, it's a highly expensive to build parking. We approached this site as a transit-oriented development. It's walkable. It's near bus stops. That's what we originally agreed to. We didn't originally propose one-to-one parking or replacement parking. We would not have pursued this project if that was a part of it originally.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of an iterative loop.
It does sound like that. So can you, again, now just asking, can you go back to the state and say, can we build this with 54 private parking spots? Or is that, at this point, do they say, no, we're not negotiating anymore?
We have not gone back to ask them, but certainly that's something we can do. I mean, we respond to the data in the market. And
yeah.
We see seniors, there's a lot that use cars, but this is a highly walkable area. It's it's close to bus stops. It's close to businesses. So that's how we originally approached this. But parking kind of always rears its head.
Yeah.
All these projects, and we try to respond. And yeah.
Yeah. I mean, again, to Commissioner Devo's point, if this project was, as I look at your drawing, again, I'm kind of roughly guessing, but like 50, it's like 60 spaces underground, and if that was the parking for the project, and then the 54 spaces, roughly I count, I know there's work to be done on final, but 54 spaces on ground level that will open to the public, that is something that, I think at least more people could work with. You're going from 74 spaces to 54 spaces. And I guess you're saying under your current LIHTC agreement, you can't do that. Possible you could ask, but no guarantee that it would be agreed to.
Yeah, and some of the issues that we're running into now is just, we keep trying to
Spending
respond to
money.
the community, and then we respond, and then now we have to again. And
That's a lot of money spent.
Yeah, it's
I
a lot of
it's
it,
fair.
and that's not the most important thing. It's just we've been trying to, in good faith, respond to community concerns, redo our plans, reapply, and we've really worked hard for that. And again, we've been working on this 3 years, but this is really day zero for us. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, other comments, questions?
Yeah, I mean, I would, for me right now, I'm with Commissioner Dever on this. Commissioner Dever, you mentioned that the complexion's changed in the past 48 months. I mean, it's changed complexion in the past 48 days. I mean, we're going to own the Riverfront Mall. We're going to have a discussion about what the master plan looks like for the river, how that connects with the North Corridor study in North Lawrence. I think we should also look at what we can do for the downtown master plan. And I don't want to give up this space that's worth $1.1 million for $100,000 without first having that discussion.
Mr. Plam?
There are too many unknowns for me. I am so grateful that you have done everything that you have done, but I mean, Commissioner Dever kind of put it perfect. We're taking away parking to do a project that will now require us to put parking in that won't be available. That's tough sell. There's committing to selling the lot for $100,000 with so many additional unknowns. I don't want to waste an ounce more of your time is basically where I'm at. So I hate that we have developers being dragged as long as we do. And for that, I hope we can rectify that.
But again, just to be clear, it's only since November of 25 with the LIHTC.
We did this in 23.
Yeah.
When did you respond? When did
24.
we receive the responses? 24?
24. We accepted in 24. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Get the credits until 25.
Yeah. Okay. Commissioner Sellers will let you say something in a second. Just asking Tony or Sherry, looking at what kind of motion would be made, since the motion is to authorize, do we just not make a motion, or do we?
Just no action,
No action? What do you?
or do they need to move to
Just
not
maybe
authorize?
decline authorizing.
Yeah,
Decline authorizing? Okay, just saying.
definitely better to have a motion that you're not going to do this.
Okay.
Or somebody could, if
Commissioner-
somebody wants to approve it, and then if it's not voted on.
And we got to vote.
Yeah.
Motion. You got
So-
a second, you got to vote.
Can I request a postponement of this? Would that an extension of our exclusivity agreement to work through these details? We're just hearing different feedback than we heard for the last 2 years.
Different people, several different people since the last time I ever met you. So.
Yeah. we
Yeah,
understand.
I mean, I understand that.
So what are you asking?
For an extension on the agreement.
Postponement on the PSA.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
I don't want to speak for.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could bring back another extension to the exclusivity agreement. We want to talk about the duration of that, because back to the point of we don't want it to be a further extension of time, but 45 days, something like that you'd be open to, that's an option.
I mean, can I just add, it'd be nice if since we have a new city manager coming on, would just suggest if there's an opportunity to at least run it by him, since it may not be official, but at least we have his expertise at hand. And, I would feel like that would be an opportunity to at least then make the decision.
He is versed in
He knows a
affordable
lot about
housing,
this.
so.
And since we hired him, I felt like I'd just bring that up just to see if, before we said a hard no, since we have that opportunity.
Yeah,
Although I am prepared to go hard no if that's if that's what we need to do. But I also didn't realize we had a chance to extend the exclusivity agreement, and if they want to go back and try to mess with the tax credits and somehow rearrange different parking costs and maybe work this around, then I would be willing to. But without any community benefit, I'm not willing to move forward with and I never have been, by the way. I made sure the city manager knew that when this came to my mind, that I was never in favor of handing over the lot without a purchase. So
Yeah.
Same.
But I'm open. I am. Just to cut the conversation tonight, we've got other people. I'm more than happy to extend it if the other folks are as well.
Yeah, as am I.
Okay,
So if I could suggest, we would defer this agreement and then direct us to bring back an extension to the exclusivity agreement. Defer the PSA, bring back a amendment to the exclusivity.
Do you need a motion?
Mm-hmm.
Well, before we do,
That's a suggestion.
yes. Well, before we do, again, the bigger issue at hand here is we're talking about a place for everyone. We're talking about AHAB. We're talking about affordable housing incentives. We're talking about housing study. We're talking about developing downtown. And we put all of these systems in place, and we have all of these reports and studies in place to inform us as a governing body. So if they're in place to inform us as a governing body, then I'm asking this governing body to be very clear and concise in what their vision is for certain things as it moves forward. Is it a matter of that we don't have an appetite for affordable housing downtown because we know that because of the nature of the system and how the tax credits function on the things that some of our members of our community value is a deterrent or is it's not a force multiplier, it's a net negative to certain affordable housing projects. So these next 45 days, we have big things coming back to us that as it fits into the scheme of what do we want affordable housing to look like here? What do we want those priorities to look like? What are the programs? What are policy things and directions that we're wanting to give to staff to ensure that whatever it is that this governing body has decided about affordable housing, that they're doing it so that when we come to situations like this, we're not hemming and hawing about whether or not we want to do it because we're not firm and committed in what it was that we wanted to do to begin with. So I'm just saying.
I agree.
A lot of the conversation tonight, I think it was around folks are not sure what they want affordable housing to look like in this community. And that may be because they're not sure what affordable housing looks like in this community. And that means we may do a little bit more homework to understand the vastness of affordable housing funding and its impacts and how state statute impacts that for us and how federal law impacts that for us. So, I want this to come back to us in a way that we feel empowered and confident as a governing body in what it is that we want to see with development downtown, and specifically, what do we want affordable housing to look like in this community? And what is our priority? And what are we doing as policymakers to ensure that staff knows that and that we're giving them the tools to execute that?
Yeah, and I guess I would say, things I've heard tonight, one is the parking, two, some flexibility in parking. I think, based upon what Ahab has said, I think issues of second elevator, and issues of a longer period of, of affordability. I think those are things you guys, as you're coming back, are those things, I mean, again, I'm reading the tea leaves. We want to work on this, but I also don't want you to, come back 6 months from now and say, whatever, one elevator, 30 years, no parking, and then we say no to you. I mean, at least those are the things I hear the community talking about. And so, I mean, yeah, okay, that's where I'm at.
Gotcha.
Okay, so motion to
Defer.
defer item,
One.
the purchase sale agreement, and to bring back an extension of the exclusivity agreement.
One small
Within-
detail that would be helpful is, we talked about 45 days. I'm not sure that's long enough if we want our new city manager to look at it.
No, because we said 60.
So, and we also might need a little more time, again, we need to make sure that it works for them, but if 60 or 90 is an option,
Right.
I would request that.
60?
It's open to them.
Yeah, 60 days would be good with us. We just need clear guidance. I think our track record to this point has shown that we're willing to work, and we've gone back to the plans, changed them, gone back to the plans and changed them. So I think it shows our intent that we want to continue to work that. So I guess if you give us some guidance on where to explore next, 60 days would be fine with us.
Okay, let's do that motion and go from there. Someone, Commissioner Devlin?
I think Amber can do it.
Oh, gosh.
Well, I can do it.
Yeah.
I could do it too.
I'm going to say, I move that we defer city manager executing a purchase and sale agreement with Cohen Esri, and we direct staff to bring back an amended exclusivity agreement to the commission to review within 60 days.
So the extent,
The extension is for
The
60 days.
extension, the extension, sorry, to bring back an amended exclusivity agreement with an extension not to exceed 60 days.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sello, second by Vice Mayor Courtney. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Break.
Thank you. We are going to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back at, whatever time it is,
9:20.
9:20.
Thank you for the comment.
We ready, Kurt? Yes. Coming back, we've made it all the way to agenda item number 2.
Woo! This is going faster than I thought.
And agenda item 2 is related to 623 and 645 Locust Street. And Susie?
What?
Who's doing this one? That's not you.
That's not me.
That's not you. You have 3.
I was like,
You have one. You're
Try
not even
anyway.
number 3. I'm like, that's
try
not you.
I was like, you don't look like a Steve Hember.
Yeah, number 3.
You want to do it? Yeah.
She is so excited about agenda item number 3 that we're on agenda item 2. Okay, Steven's there. Okay, thank you.
Love that sense
This
of
will
urgency.
be long, complex. Right, Paul?
Right, let me share my screen real quick. All right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Stephen Smith. I'm the right-of-way program administrator here for the City of Lawrence, operating under Municipal Services and Operations Department. In respect of your time today, I'm going to try to make this as brief as I can. So the item I'm bringing you today has 3 components to it. The first one is to hold a public hearing for the vacation of utility easements at 623 and 645 Locust Street, submitted by Paul Warner Architects on behalf of the property owner of record. Second portion is to consider adopting on first reading ordinance number 10182 to vacate those easements. And third, consider accepting the dedication of easements associated with the minor subdivision replat MS 22-00129 for Locust 6th Street addition. A little bit of information on this item. The applicant is requesting to vacate a 10-foot utility easement and a 15-foot utility easement. These easements will be vacated for a minor subdivision. Minor subdivision and the replat is going to combine one platted lot and a portion of one platted block into one newly platted lot. The applicant proposes to dedicate a combination of pedestrian and utility easements in the southeast corner of proposed lot 1. I'm going to go ahead and pull up an exhibit real quick just to get a quick little visual. So looking at the dark gray hatched area, going north-south is that 10-foot utility easement, and kind of veering east-west is that 15.49-foot utility easement. This is the section that is being proposed to be vacated. As always in this process, city staff reach out to property owners. All property owners who live within 400 feet have been notified, and we have not received any potential conflicts or any word of conflict from them. In addition, we reached out to all private utility operators in the city of Lawrence just to make sure there's no infrastructure in these easements, and we have not received any word that there are or any conflicts there. So, with that in mind, since my item is kind of in 3 parts, the first part is to hold a hearing. Second is to adopt on first reading that ordinance. And the third is to accept the dedication of the pedestrian and utility easements. City staff recommends kind of pursuing this. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have while I'm here. And I know I have an individual online to answer any questions about the dedication with our planning and development services. So,
Paul, do you want to say anything as the applicant?
Paul Warner Architects. I was going to try to be funny and ask if we loaded my presentation. I've got nothing unless you got a couple questions, but it's a simple vacation, and we're looking forward to getting started in a few months. So, thank you.
Okay, is there questions?
Yeah, I just have one technical question more for the city. So a lot of these, when they come through, they've been in the consent agenda. There's just, platting, kind of goes forward. Is it the removal of putting that back, or, vacating that has to be a general?
To my knowledge, the vacation of an easement has to be on regular agenda, and hearing has to be attached to that. I believe it's per state statute, but I don't want to speak out of line. But as far as I am aware, it has to be on regular agenda when vacating an easement.
Yeah, the state, I'm pretty sure the state statute requires a public hearing, so that's why we have to actually have it on the regular agenda. You can't put it on consent.
Gotcha.
That's right. Yeah. Okay, well, no other questions. I'm going to open the public hearing. Any member of the public like to speak on this item? Even Monique doesn't want to.
Are you sure? Like, I heard that.
Always?
Or she's working on her certification right away.
How about online? Any comments online?
None, Mayor.
Okay, we'll bring it back and we'll close the public hearing on this item. And then we would look for motion or comments or questions. I mean,
A motion to adopt a first, oh, sorry, I didn't want to cut anybody off.
I was just thinking we should do something here to make sure Paul earns his money for being here all
I
night.
say second.
So motion to adopt a first reading ordinance number 10,182 and accept dedication of pedestrian utility easements on proposed Lot 1 associated with MS 22-00129 Locust 6th Street addition.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Napoleon. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes 5-0. Glad you got that done. Okay, now, item number 3. Now Susie gets to come up. Item number 3 is related to the NRA and ordinance number 10218 related to 714 Vermont Street.
That's the right address. Do I have a PowerPoint?
Don't we still have?
Kirk, can you pull up Susie's?
I think he's
Thank you.
looking at it. It's not any of those. No. Oh, there it is. Right there. Wonderful, thank you. All right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Tonight, I am presenting a request associated with the redevelopment of 714 Vermont Street in downtown Lawrence. The applicant, Alarm.com, is requesting industrial revenue bonds for sales tax exemption on eligible construction materials, as well as neighborhood revitalization area. The project involves the adaptive reuse of an existing downtown building into approximately 13,800 square feet of Class A office space. Tonight, I'll provide an overview of the project. I will discuss eligibility under the Kansas Neighborhood Revitalization Act and summarize the financial and fiscal impacts to the city and conclude with a staff recommendation for the commission to consider. First, an overview of the company and the economic impact as well as the project impact. Alarm.com is an existing Lawrence employer with approximately 37 current employees. They are an industry Lawrence has highlighted as a targeted employer. The project would support the retention of not only these 37 current jobs, but also an additional 30 positions over the next 2 years. The company reports average salaries of approximately $90,000 and an annual payroll and benefits exceeding $4.7 million. The property that we are discussing tonight is at 714 Vermont Street, located in downtown Lawrence, just 1 block west of Massachusetts Street. The building has previously been used as a commercial garage and later as a climbing gym. Again, the proposal tonight is for 13,800 square feet approximate of Class A office space, so you can kind of see where it is at on your map. This slideshow kind of gives an idea of the current condition of the interior of the building. As you can see, significant rehabilitation is required to convert the building into productive office space, including updating all of the structural trusses. This project also involves substantial modernization and adaptive reuse rather than the normal tenant improvements. So on my left, on the left of the screen, you can see its current setup today. On the top right, you can see some of the structural trusses that need to all be replaced. And then on the bottom, you can kind of see a rendering of what the future Class A office space could potentially look like. There are several reasons that I believe this project warrants consideration and support. First, it retains a targeted employer in Lawrence. Second, it supports high-waged employment. And third, it increases daily activity in the downtown area, therefore supporting other merchants and retailers. Fourth, it also activates a historically significant downtown property through adaptive reuse. And we'll get into that in just a minute. Alarm.com requested an NRA of 95% for 15 years and IRBs for sales tax exemption only. The first thing we needed to do was dive into the eligibility findings under the Kansas State Neighborhood Revitalization Act. We did find that this project met eligibility under KSA 1217, where it says a property may qualify for an NRA if the building should be preserved or restored to productive use due to its age, history, architecture, or significance. This building was constructed around 1948. It is listed as the former University Ford Sales Building, and it is listed in the Historic Resource Edition of the 1945 to 1975 building in the Lawrence buildings for modern buildings post-World War II. This specific building is an example, as I just stated, of post-World War II commercial development in downtown Lawrence and is one of the very few remaining structures of this type. The proposed project again preserves this building through substantial rehabilitation and adaptive use. Kind of to run over the tools that the applicant is requesting. The first tool is the industrial revenue bond. Again, an industrial revenue bond is conduit financing only. The city does not provide funding, incur any debt, or have any repayment obligations. Typically, the bonds are privately financed and used solely for the purpose of the benefits they provide. In this particular case, it is for sales tax exemption on a one-time qualifying construction materials during the project construction point. Consistent with city policy, an independent review was completed by an outside financial advisor. As part of that analysis, the following items were evaluated and taken into consideration, including project costs, market conditions, expected returns. And then staff also looked at it and considered the redevelopment benefits of the overall project, retention and expansion of the high-wage employer, increased downtown, et cetera, some of the benefits that we've already highlighted. Based on the third-party analysis, it was concluded that the project does not achieve market-supported return thresholds without assistance and would be unlikely to proceed in its current form without incentive participation. Okay, the next one is the actual neighborhood NRA. With an NRA, the existing tax base remains fully protected. Same for this project, only the new value created through the redevelopment is eligible for rebate. Under the proposed structure, all taxing jurisdictions continue to receive 100% of the existing taxes, plus if the project does go forward and happens, the new incremental value of the redevelopment would create additional tax value, and 20% of the new taxes generated by the project would flow to partner taxing jurisdictions, while 80%, again, of the new taxes rendered would be rebated during the incentive period. This slide kind of illustrates how the distribution works over time. So during the incentive period, the city continues receiving all existing property tax revenue, which is shown here in dark blue on the screen. If this project were not to move forward, the dark blue would indicate the projection of taxes created by this specific property with assumptions included, which is 3% annual growth. If the project does move forward and they decide to rehabilitate the building, assuming new taxable value is created, 20% of the new revenue generated solely by the redevelopment of the property would also flow to the partner taxing jurisdictions, which is illustrated here in powder blue. So the powder blue and down would be still given to the taxing jurisdictions. The light blue is the portion rebated to the developer for the duration of the incentive period. Following expiration of the incentive, all property taxes generated by the property are fully received by the taxing jurisdictions, as you can see in year 11. For the IRB, to talk about this specifically related to this request. The request is limited to sales tax exemption on eligible construction materials as set forth in Kansas statute. Using the assumptions for eligible project materials, the estimated maximum city sales tax exposure is approximately $16,000, and you guys can kind of see how I calculated that on my screen. The actual exposure may be lower because many materials may not be purchased locally and instead are purchased through vendors located outside of Lawrence. So using a more realistic, yet again, assumptive scenario, assuming the location of where the materials are ultimately procured, leaves the city with a closer range to approximately $4,000. Now again, this all is assumptive. Looking at the accountability and consideration for this project, the proposed NRA is tied to project completion and post-improvement valuation. Benefits of this project are only realized to both the taxing partners and the applicant if the investment occurs. The incremental value is created and the property taxes are paid. So participation is limited to the value created through the redevelopment. Taking all of this into account, again, also with all items mentioned beforehand, I support this project and I recommend supporting this project with approval of the IRB sales tax exemption request and an approval of the neighborhood revitalization area at 80% for 10 years. With that being said, I also would like to invite Bill Fleming or Brandon Allen, who are here to represent the project, to come up and say a few words.
Okay, thank you. My name is Bill Fleming. I'm with Fagan and Emmert, and I represent the applicant. And I think what I'd like to do is have Brandon Allen, who works for Alarm.com, talk to you first. He can kind of give you some of the quick background for the search that they've undergone to try to find a new space in downtown, and just give you any other information that you would like about the company itself. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Cool. Agenda item number 3. I'll keep it short. So I've met a few of you. Thank you for your time, commissioners. And would like to tell you maybe just real quick a little bit about Alarm.com if you're not familiar with it. So as the name says, we work in alarm systems, things like that. You probably don't know our name, but you might have seen our stuff. So if you get an ADT system, we do all the software for that, all the things behind it. If you get a system from Rushoff, 50-50 chance, that's our stuff too. So we work with a lot of like independent dealers and obviously large dealers like ADT and others like that. So that's kind of our background. How we ended up in Lawrence is kind of interesting. Before I joined, actually, they bought a company called Horizon Analog, which about 12 years ago, which was next to the Bourgeois Pig above the dentist there. So that's when I joined. There were about 3 people there. That was 6 years ago. We went from 3 people. I kind of got a talk to the people out at headquarters, which is in Tysons, Virginia, and talk to them about recruitment pipelines we might have at KU and stuff like that, and really growing the office here. And so we went from 3 people, again, that was about 6 years ago, to 38 people today. So it was quick growth. We've actually been limited the last couple of years by not being able to get to a new space. As I think some of you know, we looked at the Journal World space. That didn't work out for a couple different reasons. There was an original developer that didn't work out, and then some negotiations. So we kind of pivoted to the new spot that we're looking at now to fit these engineers. As we look at why that's important too, I mean, just for downtown, looking at it, like, personally, I mean, we've had people relocate from our office in Denver, Colorado. We've had at least one person there. One person from Minnesota move here from our office there. People from Missouri and someone from Austin, Texas move here just to work in our office, which we wouldn't have had any of that tax revenue or anything without it. We have about 35% of our office commute from Kansas City. Again, bringing in tax dollars to downtown that we wouldn't have. And one of the reasons that we can do that is being downtown. We've looked at West Lawrence, and no offense, I used to work out there when I got out of school, and it's fine, but you're driving somewhere to go somewhere. There's a cool new brewery, I guess not that new anymore out there, but anyway, yeah, I mean, it's great, but it's not going to allow me to bring people that are leaving KU and want to stay downtown. It's not going to allow me to bring people in from Missouri. I mean, they can go work in, you know, Olathe or something, and I live out in West Lawrence, so I'm not bagging it, but if they want to do that, they can do that in Kansas City. They're not going to come to Lawrence. They come to Lawrence to be downtown. When we have people visit from all of our other offices, different things like that, they fall in love with the place. And if I can just get them here, like, as I said, some of them stay. So anyway, that's why it's great to be downtown. It does cost a bit more. That's why, you know, we're asking for some of this and trying to figure out how to make it work for the company. I think it's a pretty strong signal that, I mean, we're not looking at leasing, we're looking at buying. We want to be here for a long time. I want to be here. I want to grow this. I'm from Lawrence. This is awesome. Bringing these jobs here would be great. And I guess that's my spiel. I guess one other thing I would say is we do have smaller offices in a couple other places like Greenville, South Carolina, Austin. I guess it's not that small anymore. And a couple others in Florida and stuff. We're kind of competing with them in a way because as this is dragged out as well, like, you know, I've kept them on the hook and kept them interested in Lawrence, but, you know, as we look at them, those offices want to grow too. There's only so many dollars to go around. If we don't do it here and figure out how we can make it work, they will. So it's not just us that we're looking at. We're kind of competing with other areas like that as well. So yeah, that's my pitch, I guess, and a little bit of history. If you guys have questions later, I'm happy to answer anything. But I appreciate your time and considering our request.
Thank you. Bill, you have anything to add?
I'm going to have, we're going to keep this real short, I promise. I'm going to have Paul just get up and tell you a little bit about the building.
Well, I didn't know Paul was here for something else, too. Well, then, I don't feel so
I
bad.
told you I had to be.
I know. I'm just
Be
kidding.
brief, since I'm glad Susie put some of the pictures up, because probably you guys haven't been in the building very often. As Brendan said, they've been looking for a building for a while, a couple of years, and really want to stay downtown. And frankly, there just aren't that many options for how big we need to be. So we found a unique one. I'm glad the pictures were shown. It is really about these large steel trusses. So when it was a car dealership, spans the whole roof. It was fine for a car dealership, not so great for an office. It was also a woodworking and granite shop, but so now it's time to convert this to an office. It's a pretty significant change. So it's bringing some semi-difficulties. We basically have to treat this project as an existing shell with a full interior finish. We need to modify the trusses, as I mentioned. We also need to add all the conveniences, restrooms, windows that it doesn't have, fire sprinklers, much more upgraded mechanical systems for the offices, and all of the interior finishes. In addition to the work I mentioned, we have to move the water line. Since you gotta love downtown, when it was built, the water line's actually on a neighbor's property. So it's time to get that fixed. As I said, that's a little bit of background on the construction. It's probably enough for tonight, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
And then Bill gets to do the fun part.
I get to do the wrap-up here. Okay, thank you. First of all, I definitely want to say thank you to Susie and to Brandon, and I'm not sure what, oh, she's back here, I'm sorry. So they've been extremely helpful and really appreciate everything they've done for us that helps with this process. So I just want to make sure that is acknowledged. Secondly, in 1962, Mary Henry in the Carnival of Souls movie drove her car with her friends into the river, and they pulled her out of the river, and then she spent the rest of the time wandering around downtown Lawrence, not really knowing who was alive or who was dead. So not that much has changed, but when she was wandering around in 1962, this building was there. It existed. It was built in 1948, and actually, if you watch the movie, the building's in the movie. So anyway, the building's been there a long time, and now it's time to do something cool with it and to help renovate it and update it. So what we have done is requested a 95% abatement. The city staff has recommended an 80% abatement with a 10-year term. In talking to my clients, we're happy to do an 80%. 80% is fine. We would still like to request or have you guys consider doing 15 years instead of 10 years. And I think there's kind of a point of order that if we end up doing that, I'm not saying you're going to agree to that or not agree to that, but if you agree to that, we may end up having to redo the public hearing part of this because the notice that went out talked about 80-10, but that's a separate issue. We can get to that when we have to get to that. Anyway, the reason why it's important for us to have the additional assistance is that, as we've seen, this is the valuations and the tax calculations that Susie's done are based on about a $4 million, and I've done some numbers here as well. And I've got a handout if anybody wants to see the handout, or I don't know, because is that something we can put up on the, can Kurt put that up on the screen? This is just my one-page numbers. You can hand that out if that's easier. But anyway, I just did my own napkin math here. I used a slightly different number, which was about 4.2 million. Susie used 4 million. It's kind of an art and a science. It really depends on what is the post-work valuation that's done. You know, it's what the appraiser will assign to be the value of the building. But the point I'm trying to make, and the numbers that I'm giving you here, is that this building, while it's being valued on ad valorem property tax purposes in the $4 to $4.2 million range, actually costs us $6 million to do this work. So we're going to build a a $4 million asset that it's going to cost us $6 million to build. So the fact that we've got that additional monies invested into something that doesn't necessarily, I mean, eventually, hopefully the value of the building will grow over time and maybe it will equal $6 million someday, but at least initially out of the gate, we're going to be underwater somewhat. And so what I've shown here is just some of the numbers that show if you take the 10-year numbers, that's a present value number on that. That 469,901 number there is a present value number. So that's kind of the value of the incentive, I guess, if you're gonna consider giving that. And then I've tried to illustrate then separately the value for a 15-year abatement, and that extra difference, which is amounts to about $200,000 or so. Is important to the project in order to try to help the economics of the project work. So it's obviously your decision what percentage and what level of incentive you provide. I would point out that I think this project meets your typical boxes here because you do have a targeted employer, you've got high-paying jobs, you've got an existing employer that's here in downtown already. You've got an employer that wants to buy the building themselves. They're committed to downtown. They're committing to growing and adding jobs into downtown, which are all, again, they're high-paying jobs and they have good benefit packages, et cetera. And I think this is exactly the type of project that we should want to have in the Lawrence and in our downtown. So with that, I'm going to sit down and be quiet, and we're available to answer any questions you may have.
Bill, I have so make sure I'm understanding this. What I'm understanding is this is a weird concern to have, but the concern is that our county appraiser will actually appraise this thing lower than what you put into it, and therefore your rebate won't be as great. I mean, if it was appraised at $6 million, you would get 10%. You'd get more money in the 10 years, right?
You build a $93 million building out on West Lawrence for the hospital, right? That was $400 a square foot, right? Yeah. So you're not going to appraise this building at $400 a square foot. It's $300 a square foot. Maybe $350 is about the max that you're going to see, I think. See. I don't think it's going to appraise for $6 million because you'd be more expensive than it took to build the West Lawrence Medical Facility.
I see what you're saying.
So, yeah, I mean, I can't tell you what that number's going to be. I don't think it'll be $6 million. But if it is $6 million, then that's just more revenue for you guys. You'll collect a higher amount of tax revenue because it's an 80% abatement, so you're still going to result then in some higher level of taxes if that's what happens. You might consider this $4 million that Susie's illustrated, the 4.2 that I've illustrated, that may be on the conservative side. It's just going to get better, not worse, if the value gets appraised higher for ad valorem property tax purposes.
Yeah.
So you're not going to have less revenue, you'll have more revenue in that situation.
I'm putting you on the record. I'm putting you on the record as one of the few.
Pays all the taxes.
Putting you on the record as one of the few people who say that our county appraiser might undervalue the property.
I've never heard that from anybody.
County, so you would never agree with that. You know.
I know that.
County's appraisal methodology is a mass asset methodology, and what they typically do is they would look at what is the value per square foot of other, Class A office space. We don't have a lot in Lawrence, but we do have some. And so they would typically say that's the value for these Class A spaces, and then they would apply generally a similar type of value. And it doesn't really matter what you spent. It's based on what kind of the mass asset appraisal process results in terms of valuation. It's kind of the process how it works. And if it doesn't, then we're down to the county filing an appeal and deal with you on that. So.
Exactly. Exactly. Okay, other questions?
Yeah, for the guys at Alarm, so there's the goal of hiring 30 additional people, so 67 total. Is the idea that that's going to be 67 people who work on site, or is half of those going to be remote?
Yep. We have the work-in-person mandate. So you have to be in the office, so they'll be office positions, and we'll all be in the same office.
Okay.
Which we can't do right now because of the space issue.
Will the space grow to be bigger than 67, or 67 what you guys are?
Paul can talk to it, but it can. So there could be growth on the second floor there. That's actually what we run into. The problem we had, we grew once into an office above Silas and Maddie's from the one off 9th Street. And we thought we'd be there for a while, but we had the good problem, which is we had a lot of growth. And so this time we don't want the same mistake. If we need to do this again, I don't want to move again in 3 or 4 years. I mean, again, a good problem to have, but I'd rather just expand the current building.
Yeah, I think it's worthwhile to talk about, and we'll talk about these trusses again. The reason we want to modify them now is so we want to do all the heavy damage and the heavy work today so that eventually, hopefully they'll need a whole second floor through that entire space. And we don't want to do that when there's 70 people working there already, but if we modify them and deal with the columns and stuff now, then they can add on to the building after. I mean, we're maxed out at like 80 now with the design we have, but after that, we go even further. So that's the plan.
Okay, so how long do you think it will take to expand your workforce to the amount that you're talking?
So, I mean, it depends. We did have explosive growth, I would say, even during...
Can you just step over to the...
Yep, sorry. Yeah, it depends a bit. I mean, I would say we did have explosive growth during COVID, and we grew pretty quickly. At that point, we weren't in the office, but we all came back to the office. So again, looking at that, phase, to get from 3 to 38 took us about 4 years. So, but COVID was in there too, and it slowed us down. So, I mean, our plan, I think we quoted 2 years. I mean, that seems, it could be reasonable. We have pent up demand that we haven't been able to meet because of space. So I imagine the first part could especially go fast. We're also seeing some movement and people wanting to move from high cost areas and actually come to our area as well, even from other offices, which we haven't been able to accommodate. So,
Okay.
I don't think we're talking 10 years.
Well, I mean, you want 15 years instead of 10, then I say maybe we can consider holding you accountable to getting those positions in place. Typically with a property tax abatement, I like to see that, not just the value, but I want to see that you guys are bringing in. So maybe we go to 10 and not require that, or consider 15 and require that. Something to consider if they're interested. Susie, may I ask you a quick question? Yes. As it comes to the numbers, in terms of the value, are you comfortable with his math? Or do you want to speak to your math, split the difference? What do we want to do?
Yeah, so no, I looked at Bill's math and we had just a few different assumptions. Like he said, the 4 and the 4.2. He also assumed a 2% growth. I assumed a 3%. So we did have some. Alarm.com is exactly the type of employer that Lawrence wants. We want them downtown, and I fully support the project.
So do I, by the way.
Yeah, typically when I'm looking at arriving at my recommendation, I try to balance redevelopment goals with returning the property to full taxation. I also looked at other Lawrence comparable projects to come up with that recommendation, such as Lord's Beer Company, Trenner Architects, and Hernley Architects, which received the 10-year tax abatement. Other projects that received longer term, such as the Reuters building, involved properties that had been vacant for an extended periods and faced more significant structural and redevelopment challenges, and that one was 15 years. So based on the independent review, the project economics, the public benefits, comparable projects, and taking into account the net present value of years 11 through 15, I just concluded that 80% for 10 years, providing meaningful support while returning the property to full taxation.
Okay. And is this on the registry? Like, I know sometimes there's credits available. I mean, I want to explore everything. So
when we renovated it for the climbing gym, we already did some of the really hard lifting that would have given us credits. If you look at the windows, for instance, the metal windows on the front and the back have all been restored expensively, so there's probably not a lot there.
Okay.
And then, the interiors for the office wouldn't really jive with why it would list it as, an auto dealership. But yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I ask all these questions. I asked them, I believe, the last time you guys were here. So this is just how I am. Don't worry. I really do support you, and I appreciate that you guys have grown here. Do you guys, I ask this again, I will ask one more time. Do you try to give preference to folks that live here already locally? If you can?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in fact, again, one of the reasons that we grew and kind of had a mandate to do that was to hire KU students. I mean, that was it, to get a pipeline and stuff
right.
like that. And in fact, so when I came, my undergrad was from KU in computer science, and I was fortunate enough to work at a company here, but that was rare, and it still is in some ways. So being able to have a landing spot to keep people that do want to stay here, because there were other people that would have stayed, I think, if we had that. And that is, and we actually, I mean, Lawrence, yes, but we actually have some K-State grads, UMKC, and unfortunately a Missouri grad. We're still kind of working on that one. But yeah, no, it's we definitely do give preference to that.
Okay.
We obviously do get some commuters from Kansas City, but
I mean, I would think it would be less expensive to employ, but these are questions that I think our public would want to know as well.
Yeah, so, and there's kind of a strata too. I mean, just we do have like the pure engineering jobs and what we call DevOps jobs. We also have call center jobs, so there is a little bit of strata in the different, that 90s an average. There's kind of on both sides, so we can also hire, like, the call center ones are a bit lower, so I mean that also employs a different kind of local person usually.
No, that's great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Those are the questions.
Yeah, one more question for you. Where are you guys planning to park? As if you were here earlier, you know that's a thing.
Yeah, that is true. Actually, meant to bring up too. So, yeah, we already kind of have that issue where we're at above Silas and Maddie's. We've got the community center lot, but it gets pretty full back there. So we park there. I park in the parking garage and walk, the one next to the U.S. Bank Tower. But yeah, it would be in the lot by the library. Would be the main lot. I think in the current plan we're looking at leaving like 2 spots, pending approval. 2 spots that were there kind of in front, but yeah, the majority would all be in the lot. And we had worked with the city, I think, maybe on a parking deal, or we're working.
We're working on a parking agreement with the city, which we really haven't, we haven't brought up now, but we come back.
Sorry if I shouldn't.
Stop talking.
Yeah. That's a 4-letter word right there. So.
In the parking garage next to the library, which, as I understand, is generally not, it's generally a little bit underutilized, so I don't think there's any problem in terms of creating some additional traffic for that particular garage. So.
And Susie, I have 2 more questions for you, if that's okay. Because in your presentation, I just want to double check something. This is for the public.
Okay.
That do we know how much property tax was coming from that property in 2025, and what would that look like going after with this NRA? And it sounds like you said the money coming in last year before we did this is equal to the money that we're going to get, and then it's going to start increasing over time.
Correct.
It's not like we're taking a cut or a hit on property taxes by doing this.
No, property taxes remain, and if they do the project, the taxing jurisdictions actually receive 20% increase with that incremental value. Looking at the property currently generates approximately $16,000 annually to the city. Under the projected post-improvement valuation, the city would continue receiving that tax. Following expiration of the NRA, the city would receive the full tax value associated with improved property. Under that assumption, used in the analysis, that could be approximately $44,000 annually by year 10.
And then the question about the Class A office space, how much Class A office space do we have in the city?
Yeah, so I reached out during my research analysis to a local commercial broker. It looks like, based on an estimate, Lawrence has approximately 2.8 million square feet of office space, of which roughly 130,000 square feet of that is considered Class A office space, which means that Class A inventory represents less than 5% of our community's total office inventory.
And could you explain why it's important for a community to have that Class A office space?
Yeah, so all communities benefit from having a variety of office space available for existing employers that are looking to expand, or if another company is looking to relocate and we have that available. I think that's, it just helps us stay on the map to be a potential option. At this time, I'm not sure I would advocate for a speculative office building in today's market. However, that's not what this case is. This project involves an existing tenant that we've already identified. The project represents the adaptive reuse of an underutilized downtown building, and I viewed it more as a retention of existing employers. So Again, I don't know if I would advocate for a Class A market space in a speculative type right now. But like I said, when you already have that tenant in hand and it's keeping an existing employer here and they're expanding, that's great reasons to do it.
Retort, follow-up.
Can I just add one comment?
Yes, please.
And they're not a tenant. They're
Bill.
Alarm.com.
Sorry, correct. Tenant improvements was what I was referring to.
Right,
Tenant improvements, but correct, they're going to buy it.
This is not a situation where they're renting, they're going to own the property.
Correct, yes.
Alarm.com is going to invest its money in the community.
Thanks, Bill. No, you're right.
Okay.
Thank you. No.
I used to love Local Burger down there, but that's neither.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, this is a public hearing item. We're going to open the public comment again. Have a public hearing on this item. Members of the public like to speak on this item?
It's me again. Steve Kelly, 66047, speaking on behalf of the Lawrence Chamber this evening. I am very supportive of this project, have been throughout. I think it's kind of a classic of what in Lawrence we would want to look for and hope to have. You've got a company that's got really strong local leadership that is with a national company but has really carved out a strong niche and has a growing operation here. Very high paying. They have a range of jobs from the call center jobs to just out of college grads on to experienced engineers. Seem to be very stable. Brandon is a great ambassador. I've seen some of the materials that he uses to bring other people in from other locations. Does a great job. Had conversations with the corporate folks. They seem very supportive not only of Brandon and Lawrence operation, but the opportunities to grow it here. And from my perspective, another value that I see is it's an example of what I think is a real opportunity for a community like Lawrence. We have this flow of talent coming through from KU, from Haskell, from Baker for that matter. And those folks, a lot of them, I think, would be interested in living here and staying here if there were opportunities that they could identify that matched up with their skill sets and their aspirations down the road. This is the kind of company that I think can do that. And it's an example to others. Because we can point, now they have 38 employees here in a couple of years, if everything goes well. They may have 50 to 60. That's an example that you can point out to folks and say, hey, we have operations similar to what you're looking for. Why not bring that division or that piece of your business here? Because we have a proven track record of growing this kind of a business in the downtown area. It's, I think, a perfect fit. And again, I'm very supportive, have been throughout, and think this is a really great opportunity and a real example of what kind of business we can have in Lawrence and how we can be successful in the office business. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Patrick Watkins. I stuck around. I've been watching this project for some time. I'm usually an advocate on behalf of applicants for the economic development applications. On this case, I'm just a downtown public commenter, but I'm an advocate for downtown. And I want to just recognize how unique this application is. We do okay on historic preservation. We've got a great district. We've got the historic tax credit project or program. We do pretty well on that type of development, but oftentimes it's speculative. We do okay on some business expansion and incremental building improvements outside of that program. We do okay with local businesses, and we incentivize these things. Our economic development policy is great for trying to build upon our economic tax base. The very top of the pyramid is tech jobs. And our economic development policy says it. We incentivize employers in new ways, in different ways than we do just speculative development. We never get the chance to have tech jobs come through with these economic development applications. And it's a huge thing for downtown in so many ways. They're great consumers. They're great patrons for the businesses. They're great home buyers. They're great tenants. To get one of these groups that has a locally grown tech leader expanding his business locally is really unique. We just don't get that many opportunities. So I wanted to recognize that. I've watched these guys look for their buildings downtown. They are committed to downtown, and I'm really pleased to see that they have found one that works for them. We don't have Class A office space that appeals to tech office generators or office users. And so for them to go out and invest and make this space accommodating for their employers is a huge investment. So, you know, I've seen the Susie's presentation, and the fact that they've already passed the but-for analysis gives you guys the cover to know that they do need this investment. So I just wanted to recognize those two things. I'd also like to say, you know, I was part of the Reuter application. I was part of Turnholla, and I've been part of other historic preservation applications. This one's kind of unique because it's already an established building with a tenant that's producing for the tax base. I think it's somewhere around $2 million of value already. So their increment's going to be smaller than what you could have got at Reuter or Turnholla on those speculative businesses. So I think it's a modest ask in the sense that they don't have that much room of increment to be able to use to pay back their development costs. So, you know, just as a downtown business holder, really in favor of this.
Thank you.
Yep.
I have the public comment on this item. Oh.
Let me just bash my stuff everywhere, actually, first. It's been a long night. The tornado really took all my energy last night, even though it didn't happen, so I apologize. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Dominique, 66049. I just have kind of some questions, because, again, I'm still trying to understand, like, the economic incentives and everything of that nature. I guess my question when I see this data that's been presented, I see that the $90,000 average, $90,000 average salary is above the area income, but is the expansion into this area going to provide those medium paid jobs? Or are we going to expand perhaps like a call center or something adjacent where we wouldn't have such a high medium income? From hearing about the way that the building was used previously, I keep thinking, and I'm only hearing this information tonight, and I haven't done extensive research to take it with a grain of salt, but it feels like the building has almost kind of been more of a working class building in several ways, and now we're converting it into like office spaces, and for some reason that kind of sits wrong with me. I don't know exactly how changing the structural inside will change the character or the value of the building or anything of that nature, but it does. I don't know, something just about this seems a little bit odd because I see these conversations about how these things are going to bring like high-paying tech jobs, and I think about all of the people, and I think about my time working in downtown and how the culture of downtown is a little bit different if you work in the kitchens, if you work in certain businesses versus the office employers and the office people. And it's an odd thing to try to describe to somebody who doesn't acutely understand what it is, but you feel kind of like the class between people when I'm serving somebody who's making twice my wage or something like that. I just don't feel like people who, I don't know, I don't know exactly what I'm trying to get to either, but something just feels a little bit weird about this, that I'm not against attracting higher paying jobs because I think a workforce is one of the things our community desperately needs, but I think we need to have not only high tech paying jobs, but we also need to have things for people who are unskilled workers, right? So we need to figure out how to increase that wage too as well. But I think about the previous businesses that have been here too, and I just wonder, have they added in economic incentives? Like when I heard, I'm so sorry, the director's name saying that we wouldn't have done this if it was speculative, but we're doing it because we have a tenant, that just seems a little bit odd still to me, because it seems to me, again, as somebody who's lay and somebody who doesn't understand this as much, I don't understand how having a tenant would guarantee success in this building for conversion, and how we wouldn't have to go through this process again if that tenant then decides to move or expand again. So those are just kind of my thoughts.
Thank you.
I'm Allison Peterbaugh, 66049. I don't understand how this is a revitalization, as that building was occupied relatively recently by Climb Lawrence, previous to that Local Burger, previous to that Mojo's. None of those people asked for any incentives to do it. I understand that these guys want to be in downtown Lawrence. I understand that they are office. I'm pretty sure there are office spaces all over downtown Lawrence. I'm pretty sure every development that you guys have approved includes workspace offices in the last 10 years. I'm sure that we have lots of empty spaces. So I don't know why we need to do this. It sounds like they want to be in Lawrence, but they only want to be in downtown Lawrence because West Lawrence isn't good enough for them where there's already office spaces. So I just don't like this. If you guys want to give somebody money and an incentive to stay here, I volunteer me. I have been here for 20 years. I have paid the taxes the entire time. I would really like the incentive to stay. Why don't you give me $600,000? Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Looks like Courtney's gone.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. It would be nice when you guys approve this, and I'm sure you will, to explain to all the downtown business owners why some people get incentives and some people don't. There are people who created the downtown area. They've given their blood and sweat for it, and they've never asked us for a single thing except to patronize their business. So when you're explaining to us why this is a necessary incentive, I hope you take that into account. It's also kind of note that downtown was developed in the 60s. People were buying it up. It was, a lot of the people, like the brewery, Framewoods, people who have a very niche, again, have never asked for help. I would also say I recently went through and realized there were 24 open spaces on Main Street downtown. Again, those are actually vacant, and we've done nothing to make those usable spaces or give them incentives to develop or have offices or businesses, which any of them could. So I will be interested to hear why this particular place, which again has been full the entire time, deserves these incentives. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in the room? Seeing none, how about online?
None online.
None online. Okay, bring it back to the commission for comments and discussion.
Okay, to address at least the first one of the first public comments, Dominique talked about the different levels, like the high-paying tech job, but I think you specifically mentioned that this would also include some call center specifically. Can you please, again, address the levels of staff that you'll be bringing in? And if you don't mind, these will be FTEs, correct? That they will get benefits, et cetera, regardless of if they're at the high-tech level or if they're working for the call center. If you could expand on that a little bit.
Yeah, no, that's all true. There's benefits at all levels, and we do plan to expand the call center, but also all the other ones. So, I mean, it's not either or, it's all of them at the same time too. Again, it's been space constrained. We actually have the first call center outside of our Minneapolis call center headquarters, which is pretty big, and this was like the first attempt, and it was really successful. So we will expand that with more room, but we will also expand what we call DevOps and our engineering source as well. I don't know exactly what that breakdown will be, but I mean, they're all like, raising. It's not just one level or not.
Okay. Let me think. Anyone?
Well, I'll jump in and say a few things. First, I would say that, as a downtown office user in my day job, who has been looking for new space, and very difficult to find new space, certainly Class A space. It is not true that there's Class A space available downtown Lawrence. There's Class C space, and there's space that you can't get to, spaces with no elevators, spaces that are small. It's very difficult if you're looking for anything over 8,000 square feet. Very difficult. So I would say that on one hand. Second, I would say the incentive, to me, the incentive is two things. I mean, one, it is bringing the additional jobs, but in particular tech jobs. Again, my law firm is looking for new space. No one wants 30 more lawyers in town, so we wanted to ask for it. But 30 more tech jobs, I mean, people want that. But no, seriously, adding the tech jobs, adding office jobs downtown is important. But the last thing, this came up when we talked about Q39. It came up when we talked about Reuters. I mean, the explanation to me is this incentive is a Neighborhood Revitalization Act, so that means it requires the increase in the value of the property. If someone, a retailer on Mass Street, as Dan was saying, not Dan, Patrick Watkins, Dan's his dad, Patrick was saying that the incremental value, if someone goes into an empty storefront and changes the inside, the value of that storefront is not going to increase. There's no value increase there in which to rebate, or that value difference would be so small. Only if they were doing something on the outside of the building, making a major investment in that way, would you have a valuation difference at which you could do that. And I would support it. That's the same reason I supported the Q39 project. We're taking buildings that are not producing at that level, like on Mass Street, and creating value out of that. Second, I think it's important to me that, I particularly like office space not on Mass Street. I think Mass Street needs to be our retail corridor, and, having, like the Reuters building, I think having these on Vermont actually is a great benefit. It allows Mass Street to still remain retail. You're not converting, a ground floor retail space into office, but you're having them right off Mass Street so they can patronize the building. So to me, again, this incentive is an incentive based upon the value they're adding to the building. It's not an incentive based upon, anything else beyond that. So, and if they, for some reason, did leave, if they left tomorrow, the building would still be there. The building would be there. It'd be Class A office space, and it could be rented out by another tenant. So, that's my explanation for something like this. I would say I'm comfortable with the 80%, and the 10% is recommended by staff. Going back a little bit to what you were saying, Commissioner Pullian, and based upon what you were saying, I think if you, I'd be very interested in considering another NRA when you go put that second floor in, and you're bringing in, the additional, you're going from 60 to 80 to additional amount that you could come back for an NRA at that time, and we can do that additional value. We can extend this, as I understand it. So something to consider. But that's probably where I would land at this time.
Which was to come back.
Well, just a thought.
Yeah.
That's the thought I had. I'm not, if others, want to do the 15 years, I'm not obviously fundamentally opposed to it, but I think the 80-10 is a fair compromise.
And we'd have to revisit this if we do switch the term legally
Yeah.
for notification, so we can't do it tonight for 15 years anyway.
I would.
according to what I just thought I heard you have to.
Tony or
republish it.
Randy, would we have to renotice if we did something different?
Right. The ordinance that was submitted today for consideration has an 80% abatement and a 10-year, and that's included in the plan. So if there is a desire to consider a 15-year plan, then we'd have to have another public hearing. We'd have to publish notice so that the public would have an opportunity to review the revised plan that's attached to the ordinance.
Yeah.
I have a question. Have we received any requests for something similar, an NRA that we've turned down? Because there's, I know there's a few businesses en masse that have done some, we've got one that is Liberty Hall. They're revitalizing.
Tuck pointing and all that.
And I mean, so I guess my question is, have we turned down, I mean, what are the parameters of somebody getting this versus not getting this, just by them asking? Or do you guys?
I can't think of one we turned down, but Susan.
Mayor.
I can take a stab at that. So first off, if an applicant were to apply, we would just have to make sure that it meets statutory eligibility per the state of Kansas. Once we do that, I think the great thing about an NRA is the existing tax base remains the same, and you're incentivizing them to create that increased incremental value. Just doing maintenance on a building doesn't necessarily create that value. So we are encouraging people to actually diversify the tax base on the commercial side, like we're asking, or like we're being encouraged to do. It's just, it has to also meet that eligibility requirement. So, but that's the incentivization and the great thing behind an NRA.
Okay.
Did that answer your question, Commissioner?
It did.
I also seem to recall an NRA application for a new building, and it was Bob Shum that was going to build a new structure, and there was an NRA request, I think, and I don't think that was approved.
It was not approved.
No.
Correct. It was not
Denied.
approved.
That's good memory there. Let's pull that out.
Bob didn't forget.
Bob has not forgotten.
Yeah, and so, I mean, to the discussion, earlier, I mean, for me, this is the jobs too. And so, talking about having 70 jobs, let's say 30 of those jobs spend $5 a day, and there's 250 business days in a year, so that's $37,500, and then we times that by 10 for the 10 years, that's $375,000 of economic impact that we're incentivizing for downtown. So to me, that makes a whole lot of sense.
So am I hearing that we're wanting to add I guess I'm trying to understand what I'm hearing, because we're bringing up jobs and we're attaching it to the NRA, which we kind of have that for Catalyst. So I feel like this is a deja vu.
No, I'm just saying that I was only saying I wanted to support what is on the agenda.
Okay.
I was just responding to this idea that of the additional length. To me, if they came back with, I mean, the way they're valued downtown, buildings are valued downtown are based upon square footage, right? And if you add a second floor and you add X square feet, they're going to value that, and that's going to give you an incremental finance increment that you could come back and ask for an amount on, and that's. I mean, you could do that without adding jobs, but that'd be silly. I mean, you'd only do it if you're adding the jobs.
They do.
Because
they've had to add.
yes, because they add the space. So if
There's more people and there's more economic value to that.
Yeah.
Too, so
So that would be a new NRA and not an amendment
yeah,
to
probably.
the current?
yeah. I mean, I was just saying leave it at the 80-10, but
Right. I'm just saying, to your point about coming back for another, it would be considered a new NRA and not necessarily an amendment to the current.
well, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that.
That's my question, Susie. if the applicant, if an applicant was to come back and they were going to do an addition or expand, would it be that they would apply for a new NRA, or would it be an amendment to the current NRA?
I was actually just discussing that with Bill. I told him I would have to check the eligibility requirements if that were to. I've never been asked if you can do an NRA on top of an NRA, but that is something that I would definitely check out if that were to happen.
Okay.
I don't know if I can be recognized.
Bill, yeah, you can be recognized.
But that,
I mean, you have to meet the requirements of the NRA statute, which has to be
Which was already
substantial rehabilitation, and you'd have to go through, and I'm not saying it wouldn't, but you'd have to go through all the same requirements that we did in order to meet the requirements of the NRA statute.
So that might not
It's
apply.
not like a blight finding, but it's kind of a quasi blight finding that you have to meet in order to be able to qualify under that. Now, that's not to say there's not other tools available. There's TIFs, there's other things that you potentially fit it in, but you're going to have to jump through those same hoops if you're going to do that later. So it is, I think, going to make it a little bit more difficult.
gotcha.
No,
I want to make sure, one of the statutes, it does require for blight, but not every statute. There are other cities that do have it on new development, as long as it hits one of the statutory requirements within. Tony?
It does have to meet one of the three.
It has to be one of the three, yeah, just want to make sure.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
So,
Other thoughts, comments, motions?
I would be in favor of the 80-10. I'm all about maintaining business. I do appreciate, though, that there are plenty of businesses that haven't gotten incentives. Maybe we need to wonder if there's anything on our side that we can do to promote them. But I don't know, but
We can talk about this another time, but
yeah.
I think I'm correct. You can create a neighborhood revitalization district. You could put all of downtown into a district and say, anyone who puts in work and increases the value.
We got a motion for that right now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, you can do a district like that. You can do an entire district and create that. Again, it's based upon increasing your value and putting the money in. And so, those, again, for another date, there is some, question about if you do that, what do rents look like downtown, and do landlords get the rebate, and the landlords get the rebate, and then they raise the rent, and then you have rent issues. There's some studies on how NRAs work and if they accomplish what you want, especially as it relates to tenants. So there's a lot there, but you can create a district in advance if that's something you want to consider.
You guys have talked about this in the recent past, but I'd be interested in a work session or something.
Yeah, we
don't have to
it's not that
identify
recent.
that now, but
I think Lisa Lawson, or we had a session on this several years ago. It's been a while. Lisa, I think,
Would it
brought it
be-
up because I think Baldwin did. Didn't Baldwin do something?
The county commission actually, just a few weeks ago, I think, had a work session, and they went pretty deep into the details of some of these
so they might
incentives.
have
Yeah.
some really good
Yeah,
data.
that would be, for a quick reference, that'd be good to go back and view that. We'll send a link out.
Well, I'm good for an 80-10 per staff recommendation.
Same.
Okay, I look for a motion then.
Motion following the public hearing, adopt on first reading ordinance number 10,218, establishing the revitalization area and approving the NRA plan, and adopt resolution number 7681, expressing the intent to issue industrial revenue bonds for the purpose of providing a sales tax exemption on eligible construction materials associated with the project.
second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Devo. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Okay, that brings us to commission items. Anyone having commission items? I think Vice Mayor has one.
Yeah, I mean, it's that time of the night where we just do something very low-key, so let's talk about data centers.
You want to do a moratorium?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I do want to do a moratorium.
is there 3 people who want to bring that up?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
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 Can you bring a moratorium forward on,
Do you have an anticipated timeframe you're looking for?
So the wording I was thinking about would be a motion for a data center moratorium concurrent with the planning department's technical analysis of data centers.
Say it one more time, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so it's a motion for a data center moratorium concurrent with the planning department's technical analysis of data centers.
And you just,
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
So like, you know how like Jeff is like analyzing it? So
Yeah.
the moratorium would go as long as he's,
Until he brings forward, regulations.
Recommendation for 3 years, which feels
wait.
arbitrary.
Oh, not just an arbit,
Have it
I see.
go
We're doing
with-
too much.
So not a,
We don't need a motion
need it,
tonight
yeah.
necessarily. We have consensus direction. What I was more interested in is, do you want us to bring something back in 30 days, in 60 days, in 90 days,
how about when
next
Jeff's done
week?
his analysis?
No,
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
No.
no,
We need the moratorium first.
yes,
30 days.
yes.
Yeah.
Right, we should bring that back on an agenda for you to vote, not vote on tonight.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Public
We
notice
need
of
the
the
moratorium.
conversation.
No, exactly, yeah.
So we can, right.
But
Oh, gotcha, yeah.
bring it back,
Vice Mayor.
yes. Okay, we have support for that.
Got it, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
60 days, is that what I heard?
This is going to be the happiest Dominique's been in
did you
like
say
6
30?
months.
30 days would be great.
Yeah.
If it is too arduous, then
We'll
let us
We'll
know.
let you know. Thank you.
Okay. Other commission items? How about,
I had a whole speech and everything, but
you didn't need a speech or anything. Anything on the future agenda or the calendar?
Can I get please, the RFP on municipal advisor?
Finance Director will be back Monday, so I'll get an update.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay. Nothing else? Then I'd look for, we have one more thing. We have to go to executive session.
it's a motion to approve, motion to approve a motion to recess into executive session for approximately, do you want me to say 30? I mean,
30 minutes?
Yeah, say 30 minutes.
okay, Jesus. 30 minutes to discuss employer-employee negotiations pursuant to the employer-employee negotiations exemption as set forth in KSA 754319B3. The justification for the executive session is to keep employer-employee negotiation matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at approximately 11:05 p.m. after the executive session is concluded.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Pulliam. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We'll be in recess for executive session. Executive session, and we have nothing to report.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, a second by Commissioner Polian. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Hey,
Opposed? Passes 4-1.
good night, everyone.
Good night.
This way.